You guys want a mic check?
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If everyone would take their seats, we're ready to begin. Well, good morning. I want to welcome everyone and extend a special welcome to our guest, the United States Trade Representative, Ambassador Ron Kirk, as well as our second panel of witnesses. I'm looking forward to a discussion of the administration's trade policy agenda and the future of U.S. trade policy. We're coming off a strong year in which we saw more action on trade than the past 5 years. We secured bipartisan passage of our trade agreements with Colombia, Panama, and South Korea, which had languished for far too long. This achievement signified that Congress and the White House, House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats could come together to pursue pro-growth, pro-job policies. Our trading partners around the world have taken notice that we're back at the negotiating table and ready to lead. And there's further good news. The United States and South Korea quickly took the necessary steps to allow for entry into force of the U.S.-South Korea agreement, which will take effect in 2 weeks. Discussions paving the way for the Colombia and Panama agreements are also underway, and I encourage an expeditious completion. Our recent trade successes have created a momentum. Somebody's phone ringing here? All right. Okay. All right. Hopefully they'll hang up soon. Our recent trade successes have created a momentum that we must continue. Hesitation and delay allow our competitors to take our market share and our jobs. As such, I'd like to flesh out today how this administration and this Congress can best promote economic growth and job creation through trade. The one trade agreement negotiation underway is the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which President Obama announced he'd like to complete this year. This agreement will allow U.S. goods and services to more easily reach consumers across the Asia-Pacific region. And the TPP also serves as an effective counterbalance to China in its own backyard. I welcome interest by Japan, Canada, and Mexico, as long as they'll take on what is already negotiated without delay and build confidence that they can and will address outstanding bilateral issues. We also face Russia's WTO accession. Clearly, our ongoing relationship with Russia is a complex one, but I'd note that only if we grant Russia permanent, normal trade relations will we be able to obtain the benefits of the concessions Russia made to join the WTO. We'd give up nothing, not a single U.S. tariff, but we would obtain a new enforcement tool and bring our two countries closer on multiple fronts. This is a matter the committee will have to carefully consider, and I look to the administration to build confidence and provide leadership on the economic and non-economic issues to help explain why America should move ahead. One of the largest trade issues that remains is China. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, the Chinese market provides tremendous opportunities to sell more U.S. goods and services, which means more jobs here at home. Despite this potential, there are far too many problems with China that continue to put our workers and our businesses at a disadvantage. From indigenous innovation policies to subsidies to intellectual property theft to currency undervaluation, just to mention a few. We must push China on every front, and the administration must ensure that China's commitments are fully implemented. This committee has asked the administration several times to define clear, concrete metrics to verify success. Tomorrow, committee members will be meeting on a bipartisan basis with Secretary Geithner, Secretary Bryson, and U.S. Trade Representative Ron Kirk to discuss the challenges and opportunities presented by our China relationship. In addition, Ranking Member Levin, Chairman Brady, Ranking Member McDermott, and I are introducing targeted legislation today to make sure that we have the tools we need to address unfair Chinese subsidies through our countervailing duty law in a WTO consistent manner. And we expect to move this legislation shortly. I've spent time talking about the issues on our plate right now, but what about what comes next? An important aspect of this forward thinking is renewing Trade Promotion Authority, and I hope that Ambassador Kirk will share the administration's views on that topic. And because the WTO Doha negotiations are dormant, we should focus on a post-Doha strategy with those countries that share our views and ambition. Given that 80% of U.S. employment is in services, and international services agreement holds great promise to enhanced market access abroad, and I support the administration's current discussions. Similarly, expanding our very successful information technology agreement would provide us with more tariff-free access to foreign markets for our information technology products. A trade facilitation agreement could significantly reduce the cost of doing business in the age of global supply chains. Expanded investment opportunities are also vital to U.S. growth. For the last 3 years, the Obama administration has placed all bilateral investment treaties on hold. Moving forward on BIT has already begun with China and India, and launching new negotiations should be a top priority. And finally, we have to think defensively about our strategy when other countries conclude subpar agreements that don't meet WTO standards. So in conclusion, today I'd like to have a comprehensive discussion about the present and future of U.S. trade policy and what it means for job creation here in the United States. And I'll now yield to Ranking Member Levin for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We very much welcome this hearing. And Mr. Ambassador, we very warmly welcome you here today. Democrats on this committee have been actively working to shape a new trade policy responsive to the changing dynamics of a global economy. We rejected the passive, hands-off approach that earlier characterized American trade policy and embraced actively shaping expansion of trade in ways that grappled with the impact of trade and broadened its benefits and minimized its downsides. These principles have been reflected in our work on this committee for several decades now. They drove our work to ensure incorporating enforceable core labor standards and environmental standards in trade agreements, working with the Clinton administration to adopt worker standards in the pioneering Cambodia bilateral clothing agreement, and in the Jordan FTA, opposing CAFTA because of the Bush administration's rejection of that standard, and, when in the majority, developing the May 10, 2007 agreement, incorporating the 5 basic international labor and significant environmental standards into the Peru agreement. Those principles guided our refusal to approve the FTAs negotiated by the Bush administration with Korea, Panama, and Colombia until significant shortcomings were addressed. Working with you, Ambassador Kirk, and others in the administration, together we helped importantly improve those agreements, ending the one-way street of Korea's historically closed auto market, ensuring that U.S. taxpayers could not use Panama as a tax haven, developing an action plan to improve labor conditions and address violence against workers in Colombia. We are beginning to see tangible results from these efforts. Ford has already begun shipping cars to South Korea from the United States of America. And work continues with Colombia to ensure full, meaningful implementation of the action plan related to labor rights. Today's hearing will focus in part on potential new agreements to open new markets for U.S. goods and services, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, Russia's WTO accession, the possibility of a U.S.-EU FTA, and the promise of a WTO services plurilateral. As important as these new opportunities are, they cannot be our sole focus. A defining trade issue continues to be our imbalanced trade relationship with China. Unfortunately, the Bush administration too often adopted a hands-off approach to this imbalance. It failed to actively implement the special provision provided for in China's WTO accession for an annual review of whether China was meeting its obligations. The Bush administration refused in all 4 cases presented to it to use the 421 safeguard against surges in Chinese imports that harm U.S. industries and workers. And Mr. Ambassador, this administration took a different tack and used 421. Our trade with China affects myriad industries in their efforts to compete in this market, in China and globally, and it is fundamentally affecting the structure and composition of our economy. A trade policy that ignores or fails to actively address this reality is incomplete and ultimately will prove ineffective. So I applaud the President's decision to create a new Interagency Trade Enforcement Center to enhance the administration's ability to aggressively challenge unfair trade practices in China and elsewhere. I urge the administration to ensure that the ITC is designed and equipped to fundamentally alter the way trade cases are developed and prosecuted, and I think, Mr. Ambassador, you'll be talking about that. I also urge the ITC to focus immediately on China's duties on auto exports, its practices in rare earth restraints, its export credit program, its forced technology transfer, and its lack of transparency and use of intimidation as a trade policy tool. The need to actively shape the contents of trade agreements and not to assume simply that more is always better applies to the important TPP talks. We must closely evaluate, number one, the challenges presented by unfair competition from state-owned enterprises, the unique circumstances presented by a communist, non-market economy like Vietnam, and the opportunities and challenges presented by prospective new entrants, especially Japan, whether with its long-standing, rigid, exclusionary structures. It presents real new market access opportunities for U.S. companies and workers and creates a new benefit for our economy, including our manufacturers. And finally, with respect to Russia and the WTO, there is a need to approach key outstanding issues in an active rather than passive way, ranging from IPR enforcement to the rule of law. So I look forward to hearing from you, Ambassador, and the other panelists, and how we can continue to craft a trade policy that will meet the challenges of today and anticipate those of tomorrow.
Well, thank you, and Ambassador Kirk, again, welcome, and I just want to congratulate you and your team at USTR for everything you do, and I just want you to know that I will do everything I can to make sure that USTR continues to maximize its effectiveness by remaining a separate agency instead of being swallowed up within a larger bureaucracy. And while I want to shrink government, I don't want to do that at the expense of efficiency and excellence. So thank you for being here, Ambassador. We do have your written statement, but you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Levin. To the members of the committee, it's an honor to be with you again. It was about 12 months ago that I had an opportunity to present to you our administration's plan to work through outstanding issues related to then pending trade agreements with Korea, Colombia, and Panama, and we expressed our commitment to renewing critical trade adjustment assistance for America's workers and extending our preference programs. At the time, frankly, some of you thought we were seeking too much and taking far too long, but notwithstanding, working together, we accomplished all of this and more last year. Together, we did the hard work necessary to pass all of these important measures in one historic evening, and in the process, I'd like to believe we built a new template for bipartisan support of trade that opens markets and levels the playing field for American business, workers, farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, and service providers. This year, with your help, we are looking to forge ahead on another ambitious trade agenda. Tomorrow, you will receive formally our 2011 annual report, as well as a comprehensive outline of our trade agenda for 2012, and in the interest of time, I would like to not speak to those in detail, but highlight some of our key initiatives for the coming year. First, I'm proud to report that after the successful passage of these 3 trade agreements, we have been working on implementation of those, and we have finalized our plans with Korea, and that agreement will be entering into force on March the 15th. At the same time, we continue to pursue our diligence with Colombia and Panama to ensure that they fulfill their commitments so that those agreements can take place as soon as possible. We're also moving full speed ahead in the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations. Building on the broad outlines announced last November at our APEC meeting with the leaders, we are seeking to conclude this agreement this year and address cross-cutting issues such as negotiating and promulgating regulatory coherence among the countries, enhancing the participation of small business of trade throughout the Asia-Pacific, and building regional supply chains that will promote and sustain U.S. job growth. As we consider the ambitions of additional countries, we will closely coordinate with this committee as well as other members of Congress to ensure that these participants meet the TPP's high standards and address those specific issues of concern as many of you have raised. As we move forward toward negotiating outcomes, the Obama administration will also engage you thoughtfully on additional trade promotion authority as necessary to approve the TPP as well as future trade agreements. This year, we are getting even tougher on trade enforcement, which has been a priority of the Obama administration from day one. Yesterday, President Obama established by executive order the Interagency Trade Enforcement Center to prioritize and more aggressively challenge the kinds of unfair trade practices that we fight fiercely every day, from China's improper restrictions on industrial raw materials to improper subsidies by the EU and other partners. Right now, we also have an opportunity to defend the rights of U.S. workers in business by working to pass the legislation referenced by Chairman Camp that will ensure our ability to remedy the harmful effects of unfairly subsidized imports from China and other countries. And we are ready to bring Russia into the rules-based system in a way that gives us more enforcement tools to enable enhanced market access and a level playing field for U.S. exporters. And that's why the administration will seek to terminate Russia's Jackson-Vanik status to ensure that American firms enjoy the same job-supporting benefits of Russia's WTO membership as our international competitors. Broadly speaking, our pursuit of enhanced trade to support American jobs extends across all geographic regions and all major economic sectors. For example, we are engaging with the European Union to deepen our transatlantic trade relationship, and we are eager to work with you to make immediate progress with sub-Saharan Africa and our CAFTA countries on issues like third country fabric and textile and apparel rules of origin. At the WTO, we'll continue to pursue fresh, credible approaches to multilateral market opening trade negotiations in the Doha round, but also in other plurilateral options such as services and information technology. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the committee for your thoughtful consideration of critical trade issues and continued support for our ambitious agenda. Working together, I have no doubt that we can stay on track to meet our goal of doubling U.S. exports and ensure that our trade policy continues to create job-supporting export opportunities for all Americans. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Kirk. Our number one focus in Congress is jobs. And our push for better protection of U.S. intellectual property rights in China is all about jobs. Now, the International Trade Commission, an independent agency, recently did an analysis, and they determined that if China improved its IPR protection on the same level as we have in the United States, it concluded that U.S. exports to China would increase by $21.4 billion, and that sales by U.S. companies in China would increase by $87.8 billion, and that more than 2 million jobs would be created in the United States. What is your administration doing to create these jobs, and are there any additional tools you need to be effective in this area?
Well, we are aggressively pursuing a very broad strategy to challenge, we think, some of China's restrictive and discriminatory policies, not only in the area of information technology, but the underlying industrial policies. We use all the tools available to us, from challenging some of these directly in the WTO, as we did, which resulted in the win that we have that allowed us, for example, to have the settlement of the issue of entering our films into their markets and getting adequate compensation, protection for our intellectual property. We use all of our bilateral engagements, from President Obama's frequent meetings with President Hu and Prime Minister Wen to the recent Vice President's visit, as you know, the Strategic Economic Dialogue and the JCCT. But the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, is China presents a unique opportunity because of their explosive growth, but we all know of the frustrations that many of our businesses face because they have not fairly enforced the rules and recognized international standards in terms of respect for intellectual property and others. But we will continue to engage them to get them to recognize, respect the rule of law, enforce intellectual property rights, and particularly combat piracy and counterfeited goods that resulted in the type of numbers that you referenced.
Are there any additional tools you need to be more effective in this area?
We think right now that we have a sufficient number of tools, but I'll be honest, part of the President's rationale for bringing together all of our agencies through this Trade Enforcement Center is to make sure that we are adequately and efficiently using the resources that we have. As you know, or maybe the committee does not know, our administration has brought cases against China at twice the rate of the previous administration, but more critically, at least right now, we've won every case we've brought against China, but we've had to be fairly selective in doing that because in many cases these are horribly resource intensive. It takes an extraordinary amount of work and time to gather the intelligence because of the non-transparency of China's system. So we do think the creation of this Trade Enforcement Center will go a long way in making sure that we aren't resource constrained and we're operating as efficiently and thoughtfully as we can.
Well, and I know you know the stakes are enormous, and the jobs that would be created in the United States if we were able to simply bring them to the same standard on intellectual property we have is significant. 2 million jobs is important. I wanted to shift to another area. Japan is interested in joining the TPP, or Trans-Pacific Partnership, and I also understand Canada and Mexico are as well. Particularly with Japan, it shows how TPP can further integrate the Asia-Pacific region. If Japan adopts the high standards of the TPP, there are obviously potentially many benefits to many sectors of the economy as well as many industries, but I know there are a number of significant outstanding issues that will need to be addressed, and I've heard from a number of industries about Japan's persistent barriers, such as in autos, agriculture, and services, including issues about Japan Post. Now, in my opinion, Japan's interest in joining creates a unique opportunity to address some of these barriers to U.S. exports and investment, and that's an opportunity we have not had. But what steps is the administration taking to address the outstanding concerns about Japan's discriminatory policies and to ensure that Japan is ready to meet the TPP's high standards?
Well, that is, Mr. Chairman, you framed both the question and I think the part of the response in exactly the same manner. I guess the attractive part of this equation was your statement, if Japan meets all of the high standards. And we would say that for any of our partners in APEC, that what we have said is TPP is not something you're invited to, it's something other countries have to ascribe to. But we want high standards because the future of our economic growth is going to be based on our ability, as the President says, to out-innovate, out-educate, outsell the rest of the world. We have a very innovative manufacturing model now, and we aren't going to compromise that by entering trade agreements that allow countries to undercut that. But for all the reasons you articulated, we very much welcome Japan's expression of interest in joining us. But I would say one of the strengths of our form of government is our transparency. And as you know, we welcome Japan's entry. We immediately began to proceed under the manner that Congress dictates to think about bringing in new countries. And we put a notice in the Federal Register, at least inviting comments not only on Japan, but Mexico and Canada. And the upshot of that is Japan knows exactly, because all of these comments are public, what the concerns of our industry are. And so we are now engaging with them, frankly, in a very honest dialogue based on feedback we've gotten from your committees and industries on how we would address that. We've made it plain. We welcome Japan's entry in the TPP. As you know, part of our deliberation as an administration as to whether we would join was based on our belief that, one, it was in our competitive advantage to be in on the ground floor of drafting what we believe will be the standard for trade in the 21st century, but also to believe this could become the vehicle that rationalized trade in the Asia Pacific, which is the fastest growing region in the world. So there was an implied bias on our part that other countries would join, but we've been very honest, they have to meet those standards. So there are outstanding issues we're working with them to resolve, but we will work through them with all of those issues that have been raised. And then frankly, it's in Japan's hands to demonstrate their willingness to address these issues.
All right, I just can't underscore how important addressing these persistent barriers is going to be as we move forward on that. So thank you very much, and with that, I'll recognize Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to quickly pick up on that because the question is regarding Japan and TPP, whether TPP would be an adequate instrumentality to really open up Japanese markets. And so when we say that there are standards within TPP, the question is whether there are adequate standards and whether that would be adequate enough to change historic closed markets in Japan. I went through a brief history of trade policy because I think it's important to remind us where we were and where we've come. And for years, there was a failure to address the structural challenges presented by Japan in agriculture and in industrial areas. They, for example, they manufactured in 2010 almost 10 million autos, and their domestic market is less than 5 million. And so if they were granted TPP entry and the tariffs went down to zero, their manufacturers would save roughly $1 billion. And so far, the savings they've had from their closed markets have been used to sell the same auto here cheaper than it's sold in Japan. So you ask an important question, Mr. Chairman, and we have to be darn careful. We say we welcome. The question is whether a welcoming will lead to addressing historic closed markets. It's been a one-way street. And I think as we talk about China, we should remember the difficulty that we've had with Japan. I saw a story in, I very much welcome the President's decision to create the ITC, Mr. Ambassador, and you're going to take the lead. And I think it signals a much more vigorous effort by this administration than past administrations to get at the problem of an inadequate two-way street in trade with China, and they're using their structures to give them advantages that are inimical to fair trade, to free trade. So I saw this story, it was in the Detroit News, about the Ford F-50. You know, I could take a DVD and use that as an example, but we'd have to buy it illegally, so I didn't want to do that. But you know, you could take a DVD selling for $1 in China, which about something that just came out, and they sell it. So this is a story about a Chinese truck that imitates the Ford 150. Apparently a complete imitation. And I think it raises all kinds of questions. I think China's entry into the WTO was necessary. We set some provisions in there that unfortunately weren't enforced. Now the administration is doing so. But I think that this picture shows the challenge that we face in making sure that China plays by the rules. So we welcome their participation, but we have to insist that there be a fair set of rules that they follow. And I hope very much that this establishment of the ITC will be not only a signal, but an embodiment of a new effort to insist that China play by the rules. Is that really what you're after?
Well, I think the short answer is going to be yes. I just would like to motto, and you know how much you and I think alike on these. I just want to make one point. For us, this isn't a new effort. And again, I remind you when we were here last year, and this committee's always been wonderfully welcoming and supportive of us. But the biggest questions last year is why is everything taking so long? And we were very emphatic in our belief that our objective wasn't just to pass 3 trade agreements, but to really build a new template for trade. And I say that from day one. If you go back to the first trade agenda we filed with you, we identified enforcement as one of the keys to, we believe, beginning to rebuild America's trust in our trade policy. And so this is a continuation of that. And in short answer, I would say to you, I mean, we've heard your concerns. I mean, on TPP, even though we don't have trade promotion authority, we've calculated, we have visited with members of Congress over 350 times to hear your concerns on a number of range of issues. Those are important to us, but we are at a good place. And I would say this committee and Congress deserve a lot of credit. The manner in which we passed the trade agreements, renewed trade adjustment assistance, the preferences, and the strong bipartisan vote sent an unequivocal message to the world. The United States is ready to do business. We're open to do trade on the right terms, and we've got a great opportunity to move forward with that. So one, we want to address these concerns, but we also want to do it in a way that allows us to try to take advantage of this and get access to these new markets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herger is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Camp. Ambassador Kirk, I want to join in thanking you for your efforts on free trade agreements this last year. As we continue to look for ways to increase U.S. exports and spur job creation in the U.S., I'm concerned by the administration's seemingly paralysis on bilateral investment treaties. As you know, exports and investments go hand in hand. U.S. investment abroad allows U.S. agricultural producers, manufacturers, and service providers to reach foreign customers. As such, we should be pursuing BITs to help ensure that U.S. investment abroad are protected from arbitrary government actions and discrimination, further paving the way for U.S. exports to reach foreign markets. Almost 3,000 BITs have been concluded worldwide, yet the U.S. is party to only about 40 of them. Those numbers demonstrate the extent to which U.S. businesses and their workers are being left behind in the global economy. Unfortunately, the administration has announced no new plans for bilateral investment treaties since 2009, and the existing negotiation on the China, India, and Mauritius bilateral investment treaties have been on hold for over 3 years because the administration has not been able to conclude a review of the U.S. model that you use to negotiate BITs. Mr. Ambassador, what plans do you have for moving our BIT negotiation forward and announcing negotiation for additional countries without further delay?
Mr. Herger, thank you, and I appreciate your honest expression of your concern on this, but I would like to tell you, just as we brought a very deliberate approach to negotiating the FTAs, we tried to bring that same thoughtful deliberations to the PIT, our bilateral investment treaties. We are hopeful that we will conclude our work on the new BIT model in the very near future. We have, in fact, intensified our engagement at the same time, though, with important potential partners like India and China. We built on the successful visits of Prime Minister Singh to the U.S. and President Obama to India, for example, and got got India to agree to a more robust engagement. We had one session in India in December. We are traveling to India within the next several weeks for the next meeting of that bit. We've had over 5 sessions with China. We concluded a bit with Rwanda, and we hope to again conclude the model bit within the very near future that will allow us to go forward more aggressively. Now, I appreciate your illustration of the numbers, a bid signed by other countries, but we have been trying to be much more deliberate through the President's National Export Initiative, frankly, working with our businesses and use a very targeted, data-centric model for where we would go. The good news, most countries in the world would welcome the opportunity to have an FTA, a BIT, a trade, a TIFA with the United States, but we think that's a unique opportunity we have to induce them to change their behavior in many places, but we want to go to markets in which it's in our collective best interest that will support that underlying concern that Chairman Camp mentioned, and that's job growth here and expanding our economy. So I've heard you. Hopefully we'll give you good news soon on conclusion of the model bid, but I do want to assure you that we are engaged in particular with India, with China and Mauritius, and we'll be looking for appropriate partners as we go forward.
Well, Mr. Ambassador, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your hard work, but again, putting this in perspective, 3,000 have been negotiated worldwide, and we're party to only 4 of those. And we haven't had one since 2009. I would hope that we could, again, move a little more rapidly than we currently.
I do, and I don't mean to minimize that, but all agreements aren't equal. In one example, the Korea Free Trade Agreement is economically more compelling than the last 7 trade agreements that we've done. So we're going to do them where they make sense, where they help us and help our manufacturers get in important markets. And we still, I would remind you, the United States is still the best market for foreign direct investment by a wide margin. Almost, 670,000 Americans owe their jobs to investment here. We are the most open market in the world. Our economy is still larger than the next 4 economies in the world. So we want to be very targeted and discreet where we use these, but I appreciate your encouragement.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Johnson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ron, welcome back. I'm delighted to see you. You probably like the mayor's job better than the one you got right now.
This has been, but they've both been very, very rewarding. Thank you, Sam.
Well, I know you're finally able to take care of the free trade agreements with the 3 countries you mentioned. You better than most know the importance of trade with respect to jobs and economic growth, especially how it affects the Dallas area. So with that, let me ask you about the President's goal to double exports in relation to the President's corporate tax reform proposal he put out last week. As you may know, in that proposal, the President called for minimum tax on foreign earnings of U.S. multinationals. Given today's global economy, I'm trying to understand why the administration would propose to make it tougher for U.S. companies to compete overseas, which would then make it harder for U.S. companies to increase their exports and create American jobs. Later on, we're going to be hearing from Intel's chief operating officer, who in his written testimony puts it best by saying, the revenue we generate outside the United States helps create and sustain our high-paying jobs at home. So let me ask you, wouldn't you agree this tax proposal would make it harder for American companies to compete globally?
Well, first of all, Congressman, it's always good to be with you, and I appreciate your strong support. Probably not going to be surprised that I may not readily agree with your last statement. And you correctly noted, and I'm proud to be a former mayor of Dallas, home of the world champion Dallas Mavericks. Thank you for bringing that up, but I'm not a tax expert. Sam, I would tell you everything we're doing as an administration is designed to encourage job growth here at home. We recognize we live in a very different world now And for many of our multinational corporations, whether it's Intel or Boeing or Microsoft or Google, they have to be engaged around the world. That's okay, but that ought to be a business decision. It ought not be one that our tax code incentivizes because they have the ability to make profits abroad and keep them home. Now, what I would agree with the gentleman from Intel is that absolutely what we want to protect is that research, that investment, that core technology in which Apple creates the iPad here and it may be assembled elsewhere, but you know, millions of Americans have their jobs because we design, we create products from California to Texas to Illinois, and then they may be assembled elsewhere. We want to support that. But the president simply wants to use our ability to leverage our tax policy, which is a choice, that says if we're going to incentivize behavior, we want to incentivize behavior that encourages keeping those jobs here. Now, you asked about our National Export Initiative. The president challenged us in the State of the Union 2 years ago to double exports. We did that for a simple reason. We know about every $1 billion in exports creates about 5,000 jobs at home. And if we could do that, that would be 2 million jobs. And one of the good news stories of our economic recovery, and we all know it's not enough, exports are helping to drive that. Our exports are up about 33% since that challenge. They were up 16% this year, particularly in the farm economy. We had a record year, almost $138 billion in ag exports with a $45 billion surplus. So this is working, but we want to make sure we continue that because we're beginning to face headwinds as the global economy begins to stagnate in other places. Our tax policy can complement that by making sure we do things to create more manufacturing here. And what we're beginning to hear from manufacturing, particularly when the president held his insourcing conference, was more and more business have begun to realize, particularly in China, where wages are beginning to rise, and China's continued inability or lack of will to protect core intellectual technology that in many cases they're better served bringing those jobs here. We think we ought to have a tax policy that helps sustain that.
I agree with you, and I don't think we ought to double tax people just for working overseas either, and I know you agree with that. We need to make it easier, not tougher, for American companies to compete globally.
Well, we would agree on that.
And I think you agree with that, and thank you for being here today, Ron. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, Washington State's Exhibit A for the argument that trade represents enormous opportunities for U.S. workers, farmers, and business. According to the Washington Public Ports Association, roughly 1 in 4 jobs in Washington State is tied to foreign exports, and pay for those jobs is about 46% higher than the average in the state. But my constituents believe, and I agree with them, that we have to get the full bang for our buck from all the trade deals. When a country signs a trade agreement with the United States, they have to fulfill their obligations. If they fall down on the job, the United States should use every available tool at its disposal to make them live up to their commitments. It's just basic fair play. Last year, my Democratic colleagues and I called for the development of a comprehensive and robust strategy to help rebalance our trade relationship with China. And pleasing to all of us was that the President responded and created the enforcement center in the ITEC in his administration. This ITEC will increase the administration's ability to make sure that China and other trading partners keep their promises. But it needs to be made clear, China's unfair trade policies have consequences, not just for the United States and other developed countries, but for the developing countries as well, including countries in southern Africa. We can help lesser developed sub-Saharan African countries compete against China by extending the third country fabric provision, one of the most important elements of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. This provision, which expires in September, allows apparel producers in these countries to use third country fabric in making apparel that gets duty-free treatment under AGOA. Sub-Saharan Africa competes with China in manufacturing exports. Last year, Charlie Rangel and I introduced legislation to extend the third country provision until 2015. Identical legislation was introduced by Senators Baucus and Hatch last December. Now, both Chairman Camp and Trade Subcommittee Brady committed months ago to moving this legislation, and yet there is no action. Buyers are already turning away from the AGOA region because they project out 9 months when they're planning their purchase of apparel. They can't turn on a dime. So this waiting until September to pass the extension doesn't really make any sense. And I understand some Republicans have concerns about sending a revenue measure over to the Senate. If they need an ironclad agreement from Senators Reid and McConnell that there won't be any shenanigans, well, they'll get one. We cannot wait any longer to act if we're serious in our economic development strategies. I also want to take a moment to applaud the work of the USTR on Boeing Airbus case and the 2011 appellate body decision that ruled that Airbus launch aid and other subsidies violated WTO. If the UA continues to drag its feet and doesn't withdraw the subsidies, then we should go directly to the compliance proceeding. My staff's been working with Mr. Reichert's staff, the Senate, and folks in Commerce on a bill that will really help the National Export Initiative to make us better at exporting. This bill will have no cost and will solve some real problems to increase exports. And I just want you to know that we appreciate your team's efforts on that behalf. But I have one question for you. The May 10th changes, we're talking now about TPP and IPR medicines. The May 10th changes struck a fair balance between timely access to affordable medicines in developing countries and protection for innovation. In the TPP negotiations, USTR has proposed an alternative that throws off this balance in favor of protecting innovation. How have the other TPP countries, especially the developing ones, reacted to that proposal when it was tabled in the TPP negotiations?
Well, first of all, let me thank you for your kind work by USTR on behalf of Airbus. That is, I think, as good an example of where smart enforcement policy helps sustain jobs. It is spectacularly the largest, most commercially significant case ever decided within the WTO, identifying almost $18 billion in WTO non-consistent subsidies of Airbus to the harm of Boeing and their workers. And we're going to continue to insist that the EU complies with that. With respect to the Trans-Pacific partnership and access to medicines, frankly, again, and I think I've mentioned extraordinary number of consultations we've had with Congress. We've had even more with NGOs and others. What we are seeking to do is making sure that we have the strongest disciplines in terms of protecting intellectual property, which is the lifeblood of America's economic growth, but also making sure we have access to medicines, that we encourage those that are involved in the production of these new life-saving drugs to bring them to market as soon. We have a new approach that we are trying. It's called Team Trade Enhancing Access to Medicines. We don't think it does anything to diminish what we accomplished in the May 10th agreement. But we have been very plain that we at least want to start with the premise with respect to the Trans-Pacific Partnership that we're to build on what we've learned in the past. For the most part, we've been doing trade agreements on the same model that's existed for the last 10 to 15 years, and we have a lot of challenges that didn't exist then. The involvement of state-owned enterprise, the explosion of the generic pharmaceutical industry. And we want to just make sure that we get the right balance between the two. That is what we have tabled. You have to know some of our partners don't want to do any of this. But we will applaud, and the United States has a better than commendable track record of making sure that poor people around the world have access to these life-saving medicines. We think it's not in our interest to do it in a manner that it undercuts the basic premise of how we do R&D and bring these medicines to life. So
All right.
we're trying to strike the right balance.
Thank you. Time has expired. Mr. Brady's recognized.
Thank you, Ambassador. I join with Chairman Camp in thanking you and commending USTR for the good work on moving these trade agreements forward. Trade is jobs. It's the economic freedom to buy and sell and compete around the world with as little government interference as possible. And we know the world has changed. It's not enough to simply buy American. We need to sell American, in every corner of this globe. Clearly, with the passage of the 3 trade agreements, America is back on the trading field in a big way. But it's important that we not return to the sidelines. Our competitors are very aggressive, reaching negotiations that put us at a disadvantage. So it's important that we have a very aggressive, a very ambitious, as you said, 21st century trade agenda. I commend your efforts on enforcement. I think they're critical and I support them. But enforcement alone is not enough. We need an aggressive agenda that finds new customers for our businesses and our farmers, that tears down trade barriers and fights protectionism anywhere in the world, and that finds ways to move our goods and services better, faster, and cheaper to the customers in this world. That's what today is about finding out what that new 21st trade agenda ought to be. So first, I want to start by issuing a broad invitation to all those in this room today and those listening to submit comments for the record for this hearing about what should be in the pipeline strategically from a market standpoint, from a facilitation effort for the next trade agenda for America. And secondly, in going forward, Ambassador, I want to ask you specifically about Trade Promotion Authority. One of the lessons we learned from the 3 trade agreements was how invaluable a role, having a clear up or down, timely up or down vote on those agreements was. You're currently negotiating the Trans-Pacific Partnership Critical Agreement. The President has indicated he would like to see it completed this year. It's important to our agriculture, service companies, technology, and manufacturing businesses throughout America. So clearly, moving this forward this year is important. But how do we do that without Trade Promotion Authority? So my first question is, when will the President submit TPA for Congress's consideration?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you for your strong support. I agree with you. First of all, we aren't going to conclude TPP without Trade Promotion Authority, and we want to engage, frankly, with the leadership of this committee on what we want in the elements of that bill, and then we'll timely submit it to you. But we've got to have it. We need to have it. It gives us that protection of fast track, which, as you know, was invaluable. We would not have been able to have passed the trade agreements with Korea, Panama, and Colombia without it. And one of the reasons we've had so many consultations with you is we hope as we get there, we've built up enough trust as to what's in that package, then we can design a thoughtful bill and move it hopefully rather efficiently through our committees of jurisdiction.
Do you expect that? The reason I ask, one, Trade Promotion Authority is where Congress gives clear negotiating authority to the White House with clear negotiating objectives from Congress. And in return, we provide that timely up or down vote without amendments. It's critical that our negotiating partners know that they have that assurance when negotiating important agreements like Trans-Pacific Partnership. So do you expect us to see TPA from the White House sometime by the middle of this year, in the third quarter? With the work that you're doing on TPP, do you expect to conclude that by the end of the year, so this has to be in advance of it?
I don't want to, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to handicap whether it's the middle or third quarter, but obviously, if we're going to meet that objective of concluding the text, we're going to have it before the end of the year. I would say, and again, this is, my thanks to the committee, the credibility we gained by the strong vote in this Congress on the 3 FTAs sort of answered the questions in some of our negotiating partners whether we had the political move to go forward. So one, it has not been a hindrance to us in terms of our negotiating thus far. And we've negotiated other trade agreements, ahead of time without it. But obviously, we're going to have this resolved before we would bring TPP forward.
Thank you. I think we have another chance for more bipartisan success on jobs for America through trade, and I think that's critical. Thank you, Ambassador.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Davis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you being here, Ambassador. We talked in December with Ambassador Marantis on a trade subcommittee hearing on the TPP. And during that hearing, I asked Ambassador Marantis about the letter the Kentucky delegation had sent you opposing USTR's proposal to exclude certain products, specifically tobacco. And the response that we got back from your office said that you were still developing our negotiating position for the TPP, end quote. As an ambitious trade agreement that I think has huge positive economic and national security implications for this country, I was wondering if you could tell us what factors are being considered in consultations to reach a decision regarding carve-outs, specifically the tobacco carve-out. And can you tell us if you're going to, in fact, exclude tobacco from the entire TPP or specific chapters?
Well, first of all, thank you, Congressman Davis, but let me make it clear. We have not tabled any proposal to exclude tobacco or any product. So from that, I know there is great concern from the Kentucky delegation. I was with Governors Beshear from Kentucky and Perdue from North Carolina. We understand their very strong passion on this. As you know, there are equal concerns from NGOs and those in the healthcare field that we not table anything that would restrict this administration, this Congress's ability to regulate in the public health. And because of the passion on this in both sides, first of all, we have not tabled anything. And we're trying to seek the proper balance between those with our stated objective of having a high standard, comprehensive agreements in which everything's on the table and as few carve-outs as possible. And at the same time, maintaining that core underlying standard of all trade agreements, that would be non-discrimination, that we would not treat other countries' manufacturers' products any differently than here. And that is the overall environment in which we are trying to come up with the proper balance on tobacco, but we have not yet concluded that. But I want to make it plain, we have not tabled anything that would exclude tobacco or any other product.
Can you commit to us that you'll stay in dialogue with us as this position unfolds? So that
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd like to switch subjects to another area of real concern. We talk a lot in this committee about manufacturing. I've spent my post-military life in manufacturing, and there are policies that really date to the Cold War on dual-use technologies that don't reflect the reality of the international marketplace right now, specifically in the machine tool industry, which has always been at the heart or the cornerstone of American manufacturing. I have two of the most successful machine tool producers in the world headquartered in northern Kentucky, Mazak, North America, and MAG, the former Cincinnati machine. And, for example, 5-axis metal cutting machines, which are at the core of any product production, whether it's automotive, aerospace, any other type of manufacturing, are tightly controlled by the U.S. government. Currently, it's creating huge competitive problems for us in Asia, in India, in Russia and China. And right now, there's at least 13 Chinese machine tool companies that build 5-axis machines. They're exporting into other countries. The Europeans have a tremendous market advantage because of this issue. And I'd like you to comment first on the challenges that how can we work together to overcome this export control problem on what are obviously technologies that are widely available right now and there are no defense constraints on, potentially changing the rules on that. And also dealing with the issue of visa control. Many of our international businesses that are very, very dependent on international exports to fit with the President's plan to double exports can't, in fact, get their foreign clients here through the visa process with the State Department. I know it's not directly under your jurisdiction, but as the trade ambassador, I think ultimately this affects your ability to promote American manufacturing and ultimately American jobs that will create a lot of export revenue for us.
Well, Congressman, yours was both a question and an answer, and I want to tread carefully because, as you know, one of the realities of my job is that Congress retained the ability to enter commercial treaties, and you are very prescriptive about what I do, and one of the things I'm most reminded is that I'm not supposed to make immigration policy and our trade policy. But I
feel free, everybody else does
no,
too. So.
I would say, I think the President has spoke, I mean, the common sense of what you've said. If part of our growing our economy and creating jobs is taking advantage of the opportunity to sell more of what we make to the rest of the world, it would just make sense that our customers ought to be able to come here and learn about the products and have access to the people that are going to be supplying them and teaching them. I think the President has said it's correct. The best way to address this is part of comprehensive immigration reform, but I mean, you stated the obvious. We frustrate our own efforts when our visa laws can be so restrictive that it makes it difficult to support our underlying ambition to sell more around the world. But I would just say I think that speaks to the need for Congress in a bipartisan way to do something that makes sense. With respect to export controls, as you know, the President asked then Secretary Gates to work with Secretary Locke at Commerce to modernize our export control regime. Many of these laws made sense 50 years ago when we were in a Cold War with Russia. We will absolutely not compromise on the core underlying principle that we aren't going to share technology with countries that might seek to use that against us. But for the overwhelming majority of products, we think that should be modernized. I know Secretary Bryson is working in an expedited manner to try to address that, because we've heard from too many businesses like the one you mentioned that the United States is just losing out on technology that people can easily go buy in another market, and we want to have that opportunity for our manufacturers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neal's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, I've been hearing from companies in Massachusetts, as we discussed earlier this morning, that manufacture here in the U.S. and also import, that a free trade agreement with European Union could be beneficial both in opening European markets for U.S.-made products and for reducing costs to U.S. consumers for certain European products that they import. The Port of Boston would be an obvious gateway to expanded trade with EU. Is USTR considering a U.S.-EU FTA, and what might be the status of your discussions with your EU counterpart about this possibility?
Congressman, we are engaged at the direction of President Obama following the visit of the President of the EU here last fall. He and President Barroso instructed us to create what they call a high-level working group. And with strong encouragement from businesses across the country, we are exploring all options. Now, we've been very careful not to cast it or bias it, ahead of time of saying it would or would not be an FTA. And frankly, and it's a great opportunity to remind us that by a huge margin, this is the largest commercial relationship in the world. And frankly, one of the things I instructed our negotiators is to adopt, I guess, the trade equivalent of a Hippocratic oath, and one is let's do no harm, because this relationship has sort of worked without government. But we are exploring everything across all areas to, services liberalization, non-tariff, regulatory coherence. We've had about 5 meetings since the presidents have asked us to do that, but have tried our best to not restrict our teams as they work through us, but be practical, see where we have opportunities to liberalize trade, take cost out of the systems, but try and not prejudge the outcome.
And on a more parochial matter, we spoke again about enforcement today, and China has had severe problems with mandatory third-party auto liability insurance markets. And as these problems have become more compounded, the difficulty we have is that when we thought this was going to be an opening for American financial services, if anything, it's been a stalemate. I think that might be the best description. So I know that you've embraced firm enforcement as part of your tenure, and I hope you won't take your foot off the pedal on this issue. And I hope we're not going to lose momentum to make sure that China doesn't drag its feet in fulfilling its promise. As we indicated, there's been a huge chasm between those who thought that this was destiny in terms of new financial opportunities, only to discover the impediments in those markets have not turned out to be quite what was anticipated. And enforcement remains a big issue for all of us here. And I hope that with full market access for our companies, that they'll be able to readily apply for licensure along those lines.
Yes, first of all, again, I think the President's initiative in creating the Tech Task Force demonstrates our resolve to keep our foot on the pedal. And with respect to the third-party liability in the auto industry, one of the better outcomes from Vice President Xi's recent visit was we were able to get a very firm commitment from China that they will open up that market. Now, what we have to do is make sure we're diligent as you said, in staying with, working with China, that they'll move quickly to implement the regulatory changes to enhance that. But, you know, hopefully by the time I see you again, we'll have companies selling in that market.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Ambassador. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Reichert's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. Good to see you again. And again, congratulations to you and your team. And I really appreciate your presence here and your open, honest answers. We have worked well together, the committee and your office and my office personally appreciate your efforts. I want to touch on something. My focus will be all on jobs, and of course this, you know, trade is essentially really bottom line about jobs. But I know you're not a tax expert, but I just want to mention the harbor maintenance tax and how it impacts especially the West Coast and the business that we're losing to Vancouver and Prince Rupert ports, longshoremen, longshore union, and our Port Authority people are very, very nervous about how this impacts our trade opportunities, especially in Washington State, in my case. If you could respond in writing, we'll follow up this question with a letter, and hopefully we'll get an answer back on what the administration's policy might be on this. As far as the free flow of electronic information, you've touched on it just a little bit. It's critically important, as you know, to U.S. companies that sell goods and services over the internet. The e-commerce is something we know a little bit about in Washington State. But we know that some foreign governments block these efforts in the flow of information. Other foreign governments require online service suppliers to process data locally or to locate servers in their countries. These types of restrictions can impede trade, undermine the competitiveness of U.S. companies, and cost American jobs. This is a real 21st century trade issue, and the Korea Free Trade Agreement included landmark provisions on these cross-border data flows. Do you agree that the Trans-Pacific Partnership must include strong provisions ensuring that the free flow of electronic information?
Absolutely, we do, Mr. Congressman Reichert. And first of all, thank you again. You have been wonderfully supportive, and I appreciated your hosting the ASEAN trade ministers with us when we came out. But we agree with you, and I think you know we have worked with you and other members to table what we believe is a very thoughtful, common sense e-commerce provision in the Trans-Pacific Partnership for the reasons that you articulated.
Thank you. And my last question quickly is regarding the Export-Import Bank. And, we hear the administration talk a lot about manufacturing, but it's kind of rare when you hear officials talk about the importance of services. And we all know that services are 70% of our economy and 70% of our jobs, again, back to jobs. Services like financing, insurance, and express deliveries don't just create jobs, but they create high-paying American jobs, and further, they enable manufacturing. And they enable exports, and the Export-Import Bank is up for reauthorization. There are many who talk about the banks in terms of what it means for America's largest employers, but a lot of folks really sort of dismiss the small business impact here of the Export-Import Bank. Can you explain really how important it is for the Export-Import Bank in their relationship with small businesses in the United States, please?
Thank you. I'm happy to. And again, I recognize I'm here as U.S. Trade Representative, but one of the good things we've worked with you, exports is a great story right now. Our exports are up. We are in records across all services, all sectors. Manufactured goods are up 33%. Agriculture's up 34%. Services is up almost 20%. In just about every country in which we trade, we have a surplus in services. 70% of Americans work in the service sector. 95% of U.S. exporters are small businesses, many of them in the service sector. So first of all, we acknowledge everything you say, Congressman. We are working. That's why we are specifically addressing services liberalization in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is one of the larger opportunities we have in Korea, for example, that has a $500 billion services market. But I think it's also critical, as well as we're doing, that Congress renew and extend the authority of the Export-Import Bank. And I think, and forgive me, I don't know the exact numbers. I want to say they have about a $100 billion lending cap. They are effectively at about 95% of that. That's going to run out in the next 2 months. And so as well as we're doing, we're going to lose the ability to finance many of our products, and particularly for small businesses. And so I think it's critically important that export banks caps be lifted, they be extended. They cost the taxpayers not one single dollar. They are financed through their transactions. One of our better stories, they enable many of our small businesses to grow and compete. So hopefully we can work with Congress to extend that.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Bustani is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Ambassador Kirk, on getting a job well done with you, your staff, working with this Congress to get these 3 free trade agreements finalized. That's singularly the most important jobs legislation this Congress has passed, and it's bipartisan. It's something we should all be proud of. But that doesn't constitute a 21st century trade agenda. In fact, if I could use a simple football analogy, it's almost as if we're deep in our own territory playing defense, and we finally created a turnover. Now we can go on offense. We have to take advantage of this and move forward. And so we need to continue to knock down barriers, continue with enforcement, and also look at hurdles that we have to overcome here internally. And I want to join with Chairman Herger over my concerns about the lack of progress on getting a model bid in place and also moving forward with the negotiations on a bid with both China and India. But if I could direct my questions to you on a couple of things with regard to China. Obviously, a broad range of issues out there, but two often overlooked areas are SMEs and the impact that they play in getting American exports into the Chinese market, and services, where we have a growing trade surplus with services, but we still have major problems there. I mean, for instance, clearly we have 27,000 U.S. SMEs that exported to China in 2009. We can grow this, and this is an area that I think clearly in my district we're seeing expanded activity, but there are significant barriers and problems in place. And same thing with services. Even though we do have a surplus with China, there are a number of issues with licensing and so forth that we need to, I would like to know, what is the administration doing specifically in these two areas, and what are our metrics? I mean, beyond just hearing what President Hu has said, statements from Wang Xishan, Mr. Xi was here earlier, but what's going on? How are we ensuring that there's follow-through in China on these things that we're agreeing to, and what are the metrics to show progress?
Okay, let me, if I could, take those separately, because with the SMEs, through our export promotion activities, our trade policy coordinating committee, we have very specific metrics, not in many cases countries specific. Maybe I'll take that and work back. I think you all know we have only, surprisingly, about 280,000 businesses in the U.S. of any size that export. 97% of those are small businesses. One of the first things I did was ask the ITC to do a study to help us understand who they were. And that's, from my bias, back when I was a mayor, is the most important thing, is to find out who your customers are. So one of our first metrics is, one, if we could just double the amount of small businesses, because small businesses who export grow more, pay more, hire more. We represent only about 1% of the universe of all small businesses in the U.S. Now, we've been more discriminating than that because our SBA administrator helped us understand small business is broad enough to capture everybody from the sub shop. But, you know, those that could export, we're trying to double that. We're providing them more knowledge, more trade, promotion authority, financing, a number of those things. But if we can double that, get that from 1% to the global average of 2 to 3, I think you can understand the role that'll play in jobs. Secondly, I'll be honest, many of our small businesses export to only one country, one customer. So that's a great place to start. If they're exporting, they're not afraid of it, and we're working to help them grow and expand. Now, I'll be honest, with many of our small businesses, the best advice we tell them, you be very careful about going to a country like China. Because frankly, you know, Boeing can survive a 5-year fight over Airbus. That small business that Congressman Neal, Congressman Davis mentioned, they can't. And we really steered
And
it.
I've had companies that have had similar problems, small businesses, and
But one, we try to work with them to make sure they go somewhere there's going to be respect for rule of law, their product isn't going to be ripped off. Broadly on China, we're doing everything through the Strategic Economic Dialogue, the JCCT. We are taking them to court. They have a very closed service market. As you know, we sought WTO panel consultation, for example, in the payment of electronic services to try to open up that market, but the pace nearly isn't to our satisfaction. And again, one of the rationales behind creating this Trade Enforcement Center is so we can be more aggressive in taking on some of these challenges.
thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thanks for being with us, and let me congratulate you and the administration for the work you've done, the successes you've had, and I believe that America, its workers, its entrepreneurs, its businesses, its farmers are all very much looking forward to your continued success as we try to open up markets in a fair and competitive way for our businesses and our workers here in this country. I also want to applaud you, by the way, for the work that this administration has done and its recent announcement, in fact, yesterday's announcement, about the establishment of the Trade Enforcement Center. That, I believe, will help us continue in this march towards a competitive and level playing field for our American businesses and American workers. I hope that you can get that up and running very quickly. If we have that robust commitment to enforcement, I think that will be the key to helping establish broad support for a trade agenda here domestically, and certainly to help make sure that we have that even playing field abroad for our companies and our workers to get out there and to open up markets. I wanted to focus most of my time, if I could, just on the questions pertaining to the trade agreements that were recently signed. I just got back a couple of days ago from Colombia and had a great visit, a remarkable visit with President Santos of Colombia, who is trying to do some remarkable things for the country. They've made some great strides in the last several years, and they acknowledge that it's because of U.S. support and investment in cooperation that they've been able to make some tremendous progress there. And they are working with us to try to make sure that implementation of the different commitments and promises made in this trade agreement are achieved. One of those very important commitments was in the area of labor, because I know you know this very well because you were very key to getting those terms agreed to. President Santos seems very committed to making sure we're well on our way to getting those pieces of the puzzle in place on the Colombian side. I'm hoping that you can give me a sense of what we're going to do to help monitor and assist Colombia as it tries to move forward, because some of those commitments are going to be tough. They require institutional change. The issue of assassination of individuals simply because they happen to be trade unionists, or the issue of the suppression of the ability of workers to try to collectively bargain, are still there. And the President was very clear that he's committed to try to move forward on improving the situation there for Colombian workers so that American workers and American businesses can trade on an open and level playing field. But can you tell me what we're doing to try to, for example, help them further integrate these commitments into their institutions?
First of all, Congressman, again, thank you for your kind words, but thank you for your strong support and advocacy on a number of these issues. And one, I would hope that perhaps, if not you personally, my staff could follow up with your team just to get a better sense of what you learned. One, I would say we have made very good progress, not only with Korea, which will go into entry into force March the 15th, but Panama and Colombia as well. We realize, as Congressman Brady said, the first step is passing these agreements, but to get the benefits, we need to get them entered into force. I know for you and many members of the committee, particularly from the Democratic Party, absent this strong labor action plan, we wouldn't have gotten the strong bipartisan support we did. Because of that, the President made a commitment. We'd make sure that that was implemented, not only in the letter, but the spirit of it as well. Now, we have some more work to do, but we have been very encouraged, frankly, with President Santos' very quick implementation of a number of those. As you know, one of the reasons we delayed bringing Columbia forward, we wanted to see these changes in law. We didn't want lip service. He did that. He appointed, I think, to many people's, frankly, surprise, one of the most respected labor lead figures in Panama as the new head of a new separate labor ministry. And Minister Pardo, I believe, came and met with a number of you here. He's met with labor leaders here. They have moved to hire many of the inspectors within the labor ministry that we've asked. They have worked, frankly, accepted technical assistance from our Department of Labor as well as the International Labor Organization. They have moved to address concerns in some of the most important sectors we asked them in terms of not only identifying issues, but holding people accountable. Now, there's more to do, but at least it feels like they are absolutely meeting both the letter and the spirit of what we've asked them to do. And so we have made this a very collaborative process, and I very much have to highlight the strong involvement of Secretary Solis and her team in working with them. But at least thus far, it's been a very good, strong collaboration, and we'll continue to monitor and give them that technical assistance where they've asked for it.
And my time's expired, so I'll just close by just saying that I agree with everything you said, and maybe we can work with them on their inspections and on their interpretations of some of the laws. But I agree with you. They're trying to make progress. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Mr. Buchanan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ambassador for being here today, and especially, as everybody has mentioned, on the free trade agreements. It's huge to Florida. As you know, Ambassador, we talked about it. We have 14 ports, $68 billion worth of economic activity, and so I want to thank you again for your leadership on that. Jobs, that's what we're all here for today. Last year, I introduced a 10-point jobs plan. One of the key parts of the jobs plan was China's blatant disregard for intellectual property rights. It was reported by the U.S. International Trade Commission that Chinese piracy and counterfeiting cost American businesses an estimated $48 billion in 2009. Report concluded that 2.1 million jobs could be created if China complied with their international obligation to protect and enforce intellectual property rights. Ambassador, what are we doing about that? And are these numbers remotely correct? That's what I've been told and been verified. So I want to get your thoughts on this.
Well, not having been involved in the study, and I think Congress very wisely separates the analysis of the value of our trade work from the responsibility to negotiate and enforce them between USTR and the International Trade Commission. But your numbers seem at least remarkably similar. I think it was Chairman Levin that mentioned the same study. From my perspective, again, my bias having been a local official, if it's 200 jobs, if it's 1,000, they're worth fighting for. But clearly, China could be much more aggressive in enforcing, combating piracy and theft. It cost us billions of dollars of revenue to American businesses and lost jobs. And for that reason, it is one of the issues that we most persistently and singularly raise with China from President Obama to Vice President Biden at the JCCT. One of the practical asks that we've had of many of your businesses is that China typically tends to respond when we have an event. When we have a presidential visit, we do something, and they love special campaigns. And so for 6 months, they do really good, and then they go right back to doing what they're doing.
Well, they're saying 2.1 million jobs could be created, so I'd like to have you look at that. I just want to touch on another question. The Panama trade agreements, it's been brought up by a lot of businesses in Florida to me. is that even though they've been enacted, the U.S. exporters are still unable to reap the benefits of the agreements until it actually goes into force. That means U.S. exporters still face tariffs in Panama. Meanwhile, Canada and European unions and others are taking advantage of doing business with Panama. What can we do to move these along more aggressively? I know you're working on it, but what more could we be doing in terms of the administration to get these enacted? Because it's costing us, you know, not only business but jobs all over the country, but I'm looking at Florida.
Well, frankly, Congressman, you've done your part and given us a strong vote, and I just want to assure you we're moving as aggressively with Panama. We sent teams down to Panama last fall. The good news, we've just received some of the documentation that Panama's required to submit, and now we're going through the process of analyzing that to make sure it does what we want. But we are moving as diligently.
Do you have a timeline? I mean, you have some, because I get asked that a lot, exactly where we're
I
at.
hate to put a specific timeline on. We wanted them all done as soon. We're aware they've entered that trade agreement with Canada, and we don't want to lose ground. The other element, and it goes to, if I could, just the point you made about infrastructure, and similarly, Mr. Reichert and Mr. Bustami, we have a great opportunity with the opening of that Panama Canal, but a challenge to address our port infrastructure all around the country, because that's going to be a huge opportunity for us to increase our exports.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador. I appreciate your service and certainly the agility of USTR to, I guess, act with the benefits of Americans in mind and production, and certainly Nebraska agriculture. I was wondering if you could provide an update on Japan's age restriction on the U.S. beef imports to 30 months and under, and also how the U.S. is assessing Japan's interest in joining the TPP.
Thank you, Congressman. The exclusion of U.S. beef from the Asia market, as you know, over the last 5 years has been crippling to our beef industry. We have done a better job of getting back into Korea, and the good news, with 2/3 of those tariffs on Korea going away March 15th, we expect to see our exports there do even better. We have met with Japan, I can't tell you how many times, to try to get them to comply and accept the fact our beef is as safe for consumption as any in the world. The good news, we have pressed them that they are now undertaking the study they have told us that they would to determine the safety of our beef. We are hopeful we can get them to conclude that, and we can be back into that market soon, because it is critical for beef suppliers all around the U.S.
Right, and certainly this speaks to the sanitary and phytosanitary issues that a lot of times our trade partners, I guess, don't go off of the science-based standards. What do you see as perhaps an opportunity to perhaps go beyond what past trade agreements have instated, or even beyond what the WTO has in place?
Well, our first goal for all of our partners, whether it's China, Japan, Mexico, Europe, is look, just play by the rules and accept sound science. We can't allow cultural differences as others to distort the market. So one, we seek that level of compliance with everyone. Two of the opportunities we have are if we can get other countries into the Trans-Pacific Partnership. One element are going to be some of the strongest sanitary, phytosanitary standards. And secondly, we referenced earlier, one of the real benefits, for example, if we can lift the Jackson-Vanik restrictions when Russia joins the WTO for the first time, they would have to adhere to those sanitary and phytosanitary standards. So we are using the opportunity to grant permanent normal trade relations to Russia, as well as the development of the TPP, to try to enhance those standards and open up markets for American agriculture. And I referenced earlier, I won't go through it, but agriculture is one of our good news stories in our export policy. I'm sure you know we had a record year last year, almost $137 billion with a $47 billion surplus.
Right, and you touched a little bit on the situation with Russia. Now, very specifically, there have been very tangible negative results from the restrictions that Russia has placed on U.S. pork. I mean, we had record levels of exports to pork to Russia, and then when some, I would say, non-science-based issues entered the equation, the numbers changed. Is there anything, or what can you assure us will be done about that?
Well, I can, again, the first step would be for us to recognize that our granting Russia permanent normal trade status is decidedly in our interest. We're not required to lower one tariff. It would, for the first time, give our exporters, our farmers, at least access to dispute resolution, but we'd have also the opportunity to compete for those TRQs. And I have to tell you, no one has been more supportive broadly of our trade initiatives than the pork industry, but I understand their very legitimate frustration in Russia because of the behavior of their ag ministry. But having more tools to confront them, Congressman Smith, would be the first step. And that's why we'll be working with you to address the issue of Jackson Vanik.
Great, I appreciate that. And I think, you know, in closing, there's some great opportunities in the world. Obviously, you've touched on those. Great background in agriculture now with the numbers speaking for themselves of what trade can accomplish. And so I'm excited that our governor is planning to travel to China this summer on a trade mission. And so I think the opportunities are out there, and I look forward to working with you to make sure that we do move forward with a level playing field in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Doggett's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador. Good to have you here. I think all of us recognize the potential of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and as with any trade agreement, there are pluses and there are minuses. My concern would be that there is as much attention at USTR focused on minimizing the harm from such an agreement as maximizing the many potential good benefits of the agreement. My understanding from prior testimony we had from your office is that you envision having the same standard applied to New Zealand and us and Vietnam. Is that correct? Do you expect there'll be separate provisions so that some countries are dealt with differently than others?
Congressman, without knowing specifically, and it's always good to see my mother's congressman.
That's right.
She'll send you her regards, and I'm glad it sounds like we finally got a map in Texas.
Right.
You know, our ambition, at least among the 9 countries that initially decided to go down this road together, was let's not wait on what's going to happen in Doha or APEC. Let's try and develop a new trade model for the 21st century with the highest standards, knowing every country is going to have some challenge. But at least let's start with the proposition we want a high standard agreement that everybody's got to play to, and that this would not be the place to try to draw those distinctions between developed economies or maybe least developed or emerging economies, that if you sat at the TPP table, which we gave Vietnam 24 months to make that decision, for example, then we would say, you take all the time you need to come here, but here's the price of admission. We're going to ask you to aim high and reach high, and at least that is the method by which we have progressed to this point, Congressman, and we still want to adhere to it. We want to have a high standard agreement to which all of the parties are sort of on the same level, and the decision as to whether you want to meet those standards is up to the individual countries. But from our perspective, we want this to be applied across the board.
Do you anticipate then asking Vietnam to meet International Labor Organization standards, core principles?
Yes, we do.
And given its history of a lack of protection for workers, how do you see them getting there?
Look, this is going to be a big lift for them, but to their credit, you know, I would say this. There were no surprises. We were very honest. We were going to table, you know, a labor agreement that incorporates core American values. Vietnam has a further road to travel, but at least every step of the way they've said, we understand that, and we're going to aspire to that. Now, our team just came back from Vietnam. We were encouraged. They have, for the first time, sort of welcomed the ILO to come in and help them design some of their structures. They've got a lot to do. I don't want to underscore the fact this is, you know, for Vietnam, a much heavier lift than others. We're doing everything we can to provide them technical assistance. There are some areas they're going to say, you know, they're going to do that we're new, we're young, but, you know, that's inherent in any trade agreement.
Are there also transshipment issues with Vietnam, Malaysia, some of the other countries involved, and has transshipment of Chinese goods picked up in Korea since that agreement has been
It
ratified?
has not in Korea. We were very, because of you all's concerns particularly about North Korea, as you know, we were very careful to craft an agreement. And I would say it was, Korea and the U.S. were interested in drafting an agreement that would help businesses in Korea and the U.S., not in China. That issue has come up, particularly on the textile chapter, frankly, because there are some American businesses who don't want any restrictions on their ability to take goods from China and ship them through. We think this should be for the benefit of Vietnam. And we also want to protect a textile industry that perhaps more than any other industry feels like they've not been as well represented in our trade agreement. So we're trying to get the proper balance with our yarn forward provisions and others that will protect the interest of our textile industry that's doing okay, but gives the incentive to Japanese suppliers and not those being transshipped.
And what about
to China.
the concerns that this committee and you have dealt with on many occasions concerning currency manipulation in Asia? Would you expect that this partnership would address the currency manipulation problem?
Well, we're going to have an opportunity, as the chairman said, I think, to talk extensively about that and others. We know that's an issue for you, but our partners understand our concerns. Typically, that's an issue that's been difficult to define in the context of a trade agreement. But the core for us, we want an agreement that gives American exporters, farmers, entrepreneurs access to what's going to be the fastest growing region in the world, but gives us a level playing field and the opportunity to create jobs here.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Schock's recognized.
Thank you. Welcome, Ambassador. Thank you for your good work on the 3 trade agreements. Appreciate your leadership on that. Questions about TPP. First, question about U.S. biological medicines, many of which are produced in my home state of Illinois. When your Deputy Ambassador Moranis was here last December, I specifically asked him about whether or not USTR would be working to ensure that the same U.S. laws that protect U.S. biologic pharmaceuticals here in our country, specifically the 12-year period, would be included in TPP to ensure that those same safeguards and IP protections are in place in the countries we are about to trade with. Do you know if USTR has made a decision on that?
We have, again, this is an issue, Congressman, that we understand there are very strong differences. We are aware. Congress, I think, in the health care bill, put up a 12-year period for biologics, but I'm sure, as you know, the administration in its budget has wanted a 7-year period, and I think you can understand where my equities would come down on that. But we have not tabled a provision on the biologics yet as we continue to try to see if we can find a proper balance.
Well, I'm not sure even the most optimistic member of Congress would assume that the president's budget's going to pass, considering the fact last year his budget didn't get a single vote, even from his own party. But having said that, whether the period is 7 years or 12, would it be a more fair question to say, regardless of what the U.S. law is of the land at the time you negotiate TPP, that it will be your objective to ensure that whatever that period of protection is in U.S. law, you will work to try and get that same protection as a part of TPP?
We're going to try to get the strongest provisions that we can and understand this is one where we have some of the strongest headway because of some of the other countries that frankly have a very different approach to this.
Well, you can understand our concern in terms of protecting our jobs here in the country and intellectual property and the money that's invested there if we don't have those same protections.
Yes, sir.
Second, state-owned enterprises. You're well aware of the large amount of foreign and direct investment, specifically from the country of China. Overwhelming majority of that foreign direct investment is from state-owned enterprises. What assurances can you give us that TPP will have not only mechanisms, not only rules in place, but most importantly, mechanisms in place to enforce competitive disadvantages that state-owned enterprises may have when dealing with a market-based companies here in the United States?
Well, the best answer I can give you, and understand we haven't finished, but I will tell you for precisely the reasons you articulated, Congressman, this is the first time we've ever tabled a separate chapter on state-owned enterprises. We've heard from you, but just as critically, we've heard from businesses the frustration with dealing with them, competing with them, and for that reason, we have insisted and we have tabled a chapter on state-owned enterprises to make sure that if they're going to be there, they've got to be transparent, they've got to operate on market principles, and then having disciplines that we didn't know about, say, for example, 10 years ago, trying to build those into the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
I have a specific question about whether or not the administration is prepared to rethink the need for maintaining high tariffs on consumer goods. As you know, when we do that, oftentimes it's consumers who pay those higher tariffs. Specifically, one industry is the footwear companies who virtually no footwear is produced here in the United States, and by having large tariffs on U.S.-based companies who produce goods overseas and import, you're basically taxing, quite frankly, the middle class and the people who are buying those consumer goods. What kind of, I've heard the administration say we need a 21st century approach to this. How do you see that shaking out?
Well, there is, some of your colleagues from the Northeast would be quick to tell you, there is some footwear made here with LL Bean and with New Balance. And again, there's everything, we want to strike that appropriate balance. If there is anything in which we all agree, the real winner of trade liberalization are consumers. But even the American public have told us they don't want to trade cheaper T-shirts and tennis shoes for jobs. And so we want the right balance to make sure we aren't punishing consumers, but we want to protect America's manufacturing base where we can.
Okay, finally, the pork industry in the United States is being significantly hurt by Canada's recent addition of federal subsidies, their provincial and federal government subsidies of their hog industry. And as a result, the pork producers here in the United States have calculated it's going to cost thousands of jobs, putting our pork industry at a competitive disadvantage because the Canadian government has decided to subsidize their production. I'm just wondering if Canada's inclusion in TPP eventually that perhaps would be something that would be on your radar to get them to back down from their federal subsidies of that industry.
It would be, and as you heard me say, Congressman, no industry has been more supportive of our trade liberalization than the pork industry. One of the issues they have raised, and we will address with Canada, honestly, through the Federal Register process we went through in terms of their joining TPP, would be this issue.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Ms. Jenkins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for joining us and all your good work last year on the trade agreements. The free flow of electronic information is critical to U.S. companies that sell goods and services over the Internet, and unfortunately, some foreign governments block those flows. Other governments require online service suppliers to process local data or to locate servers in their countries. These types of restrictions can impede cross-border trade, undermine the competitiveness of U.S. companies, and cost American jobs. This is true certainly here in the 21st century. Do you agree that the TPP agreement must include strong provisions ensuring the free flow of electronic information, and can you just comment?
Congresswoman, I agree with you completely, and for that reason, we have tabled provisions to address exactly what you say.
Okay, thank you. And then to follow up on Representative Smith's questions, being from Kansas and Nebraska, farmers and ranchers are rather important to those of us in the heartland, and certainly our U.S. farmers and ranchers continue to face these significant sanitary and phytosanitary barriers in their efforts to export to China. I'm concerned that China continues to maintain a series of regulations and restrictions on U.S. exports of fruit, potatoes, beef, pork, poultry, et cetera, that aren't supported by science. And the independent U.S. International Trade Commission estimates that elimination of Chinese tariffs and non-tariff measures could lead to an additional $3.9 billion to $5.2 billion in U.S. ag exports to China. These new exports would support tens of thousands of good-paying American jobs. What's the administration doing to address the persistent tariff and non-tariff barriers that block U.S. exports to China?
Well, again, Congresswoman, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And I know, and we have visited Kansas, and I've talked with Senator Roberts and others extensively. I mean, I don't disagree with anything you've said. We continue to press China to adhere to sound sanitary, phytosanitary standards. We've challenged them in the WTO against, we think, non-consistent duties they put on poultry. We have challenged them. We got a little bit of relief in the JCCT 2 years ago, if you remember, after no, I'm not supposed to call it swine flu, whatever we call it, the viral scare.
H1N1.
H1N1. We were able to get back in that market. Know that we work, almost daily with Secretary Vilsack and his team to try to get China to a better position that they will do it. And where we can't do it in negotiation, we have demonstrated we're not afraid to take them to the WTO. And I would just say, again, that's one more, I think, evidence of the wisdom of the president in creating this trade enforcement center.
Well, we thank you for your past support and encourage you to stay diligent and help us out. Thanks.
We will. But I'll also, don't forget about Africa. When we had the AGOA Forum here last year, we deliberately took them to Kansas because it was a great opportunity. They wanted to study more some of our standards in terms of ag production, and you all were a great host.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thank you for being here. I want to follow up on something that Mr. Brady said earlier about your shop working with overseas markets to help us here in the United States. And I just want to put a mention that Governor Brown, our governor in California, is leading an effort to recruit businesses for California in China, business for California in China, so our folks can do business in that country. And your work with California would be very, very important and very much appreciated. I want to talk a minute about flowers, and you and I have a little history here. You know my concerns. In my district, I have the largest cut flower and greens farm in the country, and we're being absolutely hammered by the cheaper Colombian imports. And as I say, we've talked about this before, and I want to know what you can do to help, especially now with the trade agreement that was signed pertaining to Colombia.
Well, first of all, and I understand on the programmatic side, because USTR's primary responsibility is in negotiation, there's little we have there, but I commit we will continue to work with you to work, whether it's transportation and others, and see if there isn't some vehicle that we can try to ensure the competitiveness of those California growers, and I very much appreciate your continued advocacy on this. If I might just digress 1 minute, I would say in the meeting President Obama hosted with the national governors on Monday, almost singularly one area of cooperation with the governors and administration was in our need to do more in exporting. And if I could draw the committee's attention, Mr. Chairman, we have launched 2 important initiatives, one in terms of every state's trying to get foreign investment, but through commerce there is a great new program called Select USA. We're trying to make it easier to draw in foreign investment, but spectacularly the biggest concern we've heard from small business is the confusion of where we start. And last week we launched a new tool called business.usa.org, with the idea was to have one single point of entry, particularly for small businesses, to try to understand all the tools that we have available.
Thank you. And I appreciate the help on the cut flowers. The transportation issue is an important one to be critical to this important California business. Capcom is a company in the Bay Area. It started there about 1985. They do video games. They employ hundreds of American workers. The owner of that company is a constituent of mine, and they are having a real tough time with counterfeiting going on in China. And they've abandoned all of their efforts to fight this piracy problem because they found out that the company that's stealing their software has close ties with China's cultural ministry. So I'm hoping that the Trade Enforcement Committee will be able to intercede and help out, notwithstanding the association that these pirates have with foreign governments.
First of all, we'd be happy to learn more about that, but I would say again, one of the key asks that we had in last year's JCCT was we wanted China to institutionalize at the highest level a governmental entity to deal with piracy and corruption. They have agreed to do that. Secondly, one of the reports that we present to you every year is our 301 report on other countries' compliance with intellectual property rights. For the first time this year, in February, we submitted to you what we called a notorious markets report, identifying specifically the worst of those actors. And it was a small step, but because of that, we were able to get China to shut down one of their worst sites for piracy, this Baidu website. But I understand the frustration of that small business, and
thank you.
We'll continue to watch.
And then, as you know, the solar manufacturers filed an anti-dumping illegal subsidies case against China. And what's happening in regard to our solar panels here in this country is costing us greatly in jobs. Do you have any update on the status of that claim?
As you know, the ITC, I believe, accepted the case. It is now going through the investigatory period with the Department of Commerce, and we have to stay separate from that. You should know, but the one thing I love about our job is we try to hear from everyone. You should know there is a huge divergence of thought among the solar industry on this, because we absolutely don't want to yield to the issue of China dumping. But the United States also enjoys a huge surplus because we produce most of the components and the more technologically advanced components, and we have a very healthy surplus. But we will wait to see what the judgment is from the Department of Commerce.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to note that Allen Edmonds still making shoes in Wisconsin, one of the greater companies around.
Note that the footwear for much of our military is made in Big Rapids, Michigan as well. So Mr. Roskin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador, I represent suburban Chicago, and we've had a very positive exchange with your staff, who's been incredibly helpful. What I want to do is just highlight for you an issue. You and I had a conversation about this last year. Let me just read you a few paragraphs, kind of a short encapsulated summary, and then I have a specific ask at the end. In suburban Chicago, there's a company called Fellows Manufacturing. These are the folks behind the bankers' boxes and shredding machines and so forth. Stellar reputation, 550 Illinois employees. And in a nutshell, they entered into a joint venture in China in 2006, which went well for 3 years, and then in 2009, it just devolved into a nightmare. The nightmare now has involved theft of their property. They've been locked out, and they've lost tools, and it's been dramatic, to say the least. They have now been involved in a Chinese court to try and seek justice. And over the past year, it's become, increasingly murky. So my question, and your staff has, again, been really helpful on this. My question is, would you be willing to raise this? You know how this works. If the trade ambassador raises it, it has the imprimatur, and you're able to move the ball significantly based on your personal attention. And so I just wanted to ask if you'd be willing to raise this issue with the Chinese Ministry of Commerce. It's also my understanding that you're going to be dispatching a delegation on intellectual property issues next month, and there may be an opportunity there as well. But again, your staff has been incredibly helpful, and I just wanted to make a personal appeal.
First of all, Congressman, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We have worked with you, and not only will we raise it, and have I raised it, but this was also one of the issues raised both at the vice presidential level and at the presidential level. We are more than concerned and alarmed over the rise in trade theft secrets, and it is a tragedy. We're hearing it from small companies like Fellows, but larger companies as well. And I guess the only change since last year is, for the first time, it's gotten rampant enough that the companies have now gotten more engaged than many were before, because they've realized they have nothing to lose. But we'll continue to work with you on that.
Thank you, Ambassador. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gerlach's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for joining us today. I have two local companies in my area that have raised a couple issues, and I'd like to ask you about that. The one, I'll simply end by just sending you a letter, if you don't mind, and if you could review it and respond, that would be much appreciated. The other issue involves the issue of reinsurance in Brazil. I have a local company who has found an opportunity to do some reinsurance business down there, but apparently recently the Brazilian government has passed two resolutions, 224 and 225, that prohibit local insurers from associating themselves, in essence, with other companies from other countries, and in essence trying to create a monopoly for those companies in that country on the reinsurance market. So my question is, I know you're aware of the issue. Can you update us on the status of what your office might be able to do to encourage the Brazilian government to relook at its policy to create this monopoly situation that is uncompetitive for our companies here in the United States? And with the fact that the Brazilian president will be visiting in the not-too-distant future, might that not be a good opportunity at some point to raise this issue with he and his government officials to discuss it?
Congressman, and to prove I can be somewhat brief, I would say yours is both a question and an answer. And I would only correct you to say the president is not a he, but a she. It is President Rousseff. No. We are exceptionally frustrated, I'll be honest, with Brazil's market. But I would also tell you that that is part of the rationale behind President Obama's decision last year to make Brazil, Chile, and El Salvador his first foreign trip. We see enormous opportunities to expand our trade relationship within the hemisphere, and we are hopeful that President Rousseff's reciprocal visit perhaps might be the impetus to begin to loosen up some of these opportunities. And we applaud Brazil's growth. They have this extraordinary find in terms of energy. We are frankly hopeful that the challenge of reaping the benefits of this new energy opportunity, hosting both the World Cup and the Olympics, perhaps might overwhelm Brazil enough that they would be welcoming of our assistance in some of these areas like services and insurance.
Okay. Thank you for that. And as I say, the other issue involves a CAFTA issue involving a company in my area that's one of the largest retailers of school uniforms, and there's this yarn forward issue that's affecting their ability to continue to do business. So if you don't mind, we'll send you a letter on that, and if you could review and respond, it'd be much appreciated.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Blumenauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. We appreciate your patience. And as you've had expressed around the table, virtually all of us are interconnected with this global economy. I have two things that I will follow with you in terms of letter. I don't want to take you unawares, but I want to put them as part of the record. I'll follow up. And then one that I would like to engage you in further discussion. One, just reference to the footwear. I come from the Pacific Northwest. I have people in my district who manufacture footwear in the United States. But you'll be receiving a letter that is circulated by Mr. Schrock and me about this issue that deals with being serious about the tariff approach. Because the value of the footwear industry is here in the United States, where the manufacturing, the design, the product, a lot of the manufacturing that comes here that is done domestically comes from a product that is imported to the United States and duty-free. This is distorted. It's not good long-term business for the United States. So I would like you to look at this letter signed by other members. The other letter that I will give you deals with the Peru Free Trade Agreement. I spent a lot of time in working on the environmental and labor provisions so that we could have something that would be bipartisan, that would speak to concerns we've all heard at home, and particularly as it relates to Peru and illegal logging. Having spent so much time on that, I'm a little dismayed, frankly, at the lack of progress, and we've met with the Peruvian authorities. They've done a little bit. I'll be sending you a letter that I would hope that you could give some attention to, because we want the integrity of these environmental protections respected, so it'll make further progress in international trade easier for you and for members of Congress. But the point that I would like to engage with you here in my remaining 2.5 minutes or so, which I'll turn over to you, speaks to what's happened with government procurement. You probably won't be here for a testimony that will be delivered by Mr. Krzanich from Intel. Part of it speaks to this inequity. The BRIC countries are really not playing fair. They haven't been signatory to the GPA. And we're getting all sorts of unfair practices that are costing American technology in particular, but in a wide range of areas. Frankly, this mystifies me. I think that if they're not going to play games, we ought to be much more aggressive in terms of our government policies towards their procurement activities here. This is not a two-way street. I find that outrageous, and I'm wondering if there isn't something we can do to push back unless and until they are signatories and they play by the rules.
First of all, Congressman, thank you for your cooperation with us on the other two issues. I will respond in writing, but I think you know we have continued to work with Peru to make sure that they understand that that forestry annex was real, and it's in their interest, and we are working, and we will continue to. On GPA, I would be interested, and maybe I'll have one of my staff stay, because I agree with you, but the fundamental premise of the government procurement agreement is if you aren't a member of it, you don't get the benefits of it. So, frankly, I'll be curious to hear what the gentleman from Intel says, but China, Russia, those countries that are not signatories to the Government Procurement Act have no protection or no access to any of our access that we grant to other signatories. Now, it is an issue that we continue to press China on because one of the commitments they made when we granted them permanent normal trade status is they would join the Government Procurement Act. They have tabled an offer that we think falls far short of what we need, but they have not yet.
But there are examples of Chinese contracts in the United States that use some government funding frankly, I mean, the bridge in the Bay Bridge, $400 million of Chinese steel, and frankly, a screwed up job. It was defective. It ended up costing more in the long run. But our being more aggressive about where they are beneficiaries of money either directly or indirectly that is taxpayer money, that we turn the spigot back unless and until they play by the rules for our companies.
Well, I mean, I can't agree. I don't disagree with your premise. I would love to know what those specific cases are so we can.
Okay, thank you.
a
Time
better
has
judgment.
expired. Mr. Paulson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being here today. You made some comments earlier about the working relationship we have with the EU and the high-level working group. I think you said it's been appointed to that, and I appreciate those comments. That is the largest commercial relationship by far that exists, and I would like to stay engaged on this issue as well and make sure we're able to maximize the potential on that transatlantic economic relationship. I also wanted to ask this, is that I know last June there were several technology companies, many that have roots to Minnesota actually, Best Buy, Honeywell, 3M, as well as the U.S. Chamber and the Retail Industry Leaders Association, Entertainment Software Association. They filed comments with the USTR in strong support of your proposal to update the Information Technology Agreement, ITA, with the WTO. And I understand it has not been updated since 1996, so it does not include connected devices with internet or Wi-Fi capability like smartphones, televisions, e-readers, et cetera. And these are hugely popular items, and they're growing with consumers. And so if this agreement were updated, it would absolutely help lower duties and reduce costs for consumers. Can you just update update me and the committee where USTR stands with the WTO and the efforts to get this IT updated? And what can the committee and what can Congress do to help this agreement kind of move forward and help reflect modern technological advances and developments?
Well, thank you, Congressman. And one, I cannot tell you the value to our negotiators of what this Congress did in a bipartisan way and the message you sent last fall in passing all of our trade agreements. Because people in Geneva that frankly wanted to hide behind other things questioned our political will. And I mean, there's more we can do, but one, you just sent a strong message, as I've told them. You give us a good deal, and our Congress will move on it, but there's never a time to take a bad deal. Now, I say that one of the things all of you asked me was for an assurance we wouldn't just sign on a Doha agreement out of deal fatigue if we didn't get the right deal. Because we insisted we have a more honest approach to that, the good news, we now have a little more latitude, frankly, to look at other ways we can liberalize trade. One of the opportunities a number of countries, including the U.S., has embraced is a more honest discussion about modernizing the ITA. I'll get you, perhaps I can follow up so I don't take up more time, but we are working collaboratively with a number of countries that are interested in this initiative, and you correctly note this is one that our industry is wildly supportive of, and so we will continue to work with you in industry to see whether we achieve this both in product coverage or others, but it's something we're very supportive of.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would absolutely like to try and help you with it and help in any way possible. Let me follow up, too, because you made some comments earlier about the biopharmaceutical and medical technology industries, and that's obviously critical to the future of our economy right here in America. And these are industries that do support very good, very high-paying jobs. They depend on the strong intellectual property rights and the innovation that created the industry, especially in the areas of drugs and devices, that the research and development comes from our workers here. And it's these strong IPR protections, including data protection, that make it commercially sustainable for these biopharmaceutical firms to invest so substantially. Do you agree in general that to encourage American innovation in this sector, that we need to help and make sure we're pressing for the same high standards and IPR protections in the TPP countries that are part of that structure going forward, so we can move forward with keeping the R&D here and protecting that IPR?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Good. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Marchant's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, as you know, my district includes the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport and Las Colinas, so you know how important trade is to my district and our region, and we're privileged to have someone that's so familiar with that area as trade representative. We've just passed the Colombian and Panama trade agreements, and some people are suspecting that both the administration and Congress is going to rest on their laurels now and not pursue any kind of additional trade agreements in South America. I think in April, there is a summit that's hosted by Colombia for Americans, states down there. Do you anticipate having representation at that gathering? And do you anticipate opening discussions about new trade agreements in South America?
Yep, absolutely, and thank you, Congressman. And I'd say your hometown's blessed to have a really young, dynamic mayor that I think is going to have a great career as well. Kenny, as you know, we don't want to, lapse in too much of our Texas pride. No state benefits from exporting more than Texas. We are the #1 exporter. We have been. It's important to note that in addition to Panama and Colombia, our still largest trading partners are Mexico and Canada. A lot of that benefits our region, but we aren't going to rest. Two of the countries critical to moving the Trans-Pacific Partnership forward, for example, are Chile and Peru. We have trade agreements with Chile, but I will be joining the President for the Summit of the Americas. And again, part of President Obama's deliberate decision to go to South America first last year was to begin to try to set new dynamics for increased trade relations between us and our partners in South America and the Caribbean.
And on a second note, just recently I had the opportunity to visit troops in Afghanistan, and we had an opportunity to stop in Pakistan. And I can tell you that they had a major emphasis, both the Prime Minister, the President, and the parliamentary members, their emphasis was on trade. And could I ask you what the trade, as a trade representative, what is being done in as far as you said you're going to India, but what's being done in Central Asia, Pakistan specifically, in opening up?
Congressman, thank you so much for raising this, because it hadn't gotten as much attention. One of our more important initiatives that I've referenced in my opening remarks is what we can do to help stabilize this region, not just in Pakistan. We would very much welcome their coming back to the table. And Frank, that's one of the countries we could conclude a bit with for example, pretty quickly. But we have a broader initiative that we call MENA. It's the Middle East North African Trade Initiative, recognizing one of our real challenges, whether it's in Egypt or Libya and others. We applaud this Arab Spring, but as you know, one of the challenges for their leaders is to show this dividend of democracy. We think we can be a partner with them, but we are having to tread very carefully so that this is seen as something that they embrace and initiate. And so we have had teams recently in Egypt. We've gone to our other trade partners in Jordan, Bahrain, see how we can work collaboratively, because in many cases they're constrained because of barriers among one another. So we're doing everything we can to work with them both bilaterally but plurilaterally to grow the seeds for increased trade and investment throughout the region.
Well, the central message from their parliamentary leaders was that an escalation in trade talks would significantly help in de-escalating the tensions between Pakistan and our country over there. So,
well, as you know, we've heard not just from them, but you've heard it from Secretary Gates and our military leaders. Countries that generally find a way to do business together and find a common future in trade are less likely to go to war with one another.
And the Prime Minister's message primarily was trade, not aid. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Berg's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador Kirk. I wanted to talk a little bit about Russia and where we're going there. And, you know, probably the first question I have is a lot of our tariffs are relatively low right now. And so if we don't really change any of our agreements with Russia, you know, what would be the negative impact, the status quo on business, on labor, on agriculture?
Well, first of all, thank you, Congressman. If we were to grant Russia, which I hope we will, permanent normal trade status and lift the Jackson-Vanik restrictions, the good thing is not one thing is required from the United States. We don't have to lower our tariffs. We don't have to change any of our laws. This is decidedly about whether American businesses, farmers, small businesses, will reap the benefits of, frankly, all of the efforts that Russia will undertake to, in many cases, lower their tariffs, open up their service markets, begin to conform to sanitary and phytosanitary standards. And I want to make it plain, I know there are very legitimate, strong concerns on other issues, but the simple fact, our extending permanent normal trade relation status to Russia is singularly in our interest. Now, we do have sort of a bilateral trade framework agreement. I think that dates back to 1992, and we'd have some limited access. But for us to reap the real benefits and not be put at a competitive advantage, I can't make it any plainer than the chairman did in his remarks. This is singularly in our commercial interest to do this.
And taking that kind of, what would be the big benefits for our economy if we did take those steps, both repealing of the Jackson-Vanik as well as the permanent normal trade relations?
Well, I mean, Russia is the largest economy in the world, not in the rules-based trading system. We have a number of U.S. companies and interests that have been in the Baltics and the regions, but Russia can be, you know, the launching pad for further integration there. It gives us protection we don't have now. For example, if we have businesses there and they're experiencing challenges, you know, we can talk about it, but we don't have a lot of tools to move it. We think there are a lot of offensive categories, and I can't believe, you know, even though I'm from Texas, I really am a city boy, but I can't believe all the time I spent about talking about agriculture. This is a huge market for us, for pork and for grain, for those industries. In terms of manufactured goods, the automotive industry, aircrafts, technology, with all of the opportunities for joint venturing in energy exploration, these are great immediate opportunities we could reap. But again, if Jackson-Vanik stays in place, our exporters, our businesses are going to be competing with one hand behind their back because we won't get that tariff benefit differential.
I can clearly see your passion on this. So I guess the question is, what's the administration doing to move this forward? I mean, I see it's number 3 on your list here.
Well, as you know, we have begun to engage Congress on the need to do this, and we will work with the leadership of this committee and Senate Finance in particular on the appropriate time and vehicle to bring us up. But we have been very plain, and I started this in my remarks last year. This is something collaboratively we need to work to achieve.
As the President came out with a statement supporting the repeal and supporting the permanent relations.
Yes, he did. I think, in fact, I think the President referenced it in his State of the Union address.
Okay. So is there, then from the administration standpoint, is there anything else that you're planning to do or can do to help remove some of the political barriers to taking this a step forward?
Well, we have engaged the business community. Again, we've begun to discuss this issue with members. Again, there are other issues members are legitimately concerned again, but we've done everything we can to try to socialize the issue so that, look, those of us who, and I hate being one of those old enough to remember the debate about granting China PNTR. I mean, these are very, very difficult decisions, but we're trying to create the right environment. We can have it in as dispassionate a way as possible and hopefully work with the leadership to get an affirmative vote.
If there's things that leadership feels would be helpful, administration to do to move this forward, you're willing to help in that manner, however it goes?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Black is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, Ambassador, thank you so much for being here with us. We always learn so much with these dialogues. As you know, the United States has long enjoyed a large service trade surplus, and U.S. services firms are global leaders across many service sectors, especially, for example, business services like banking and insurance and so on. The average wage in these business services is substantially higher than in the manufacturing service. These are good jobs, and the business service sector alone dwarfs the entire manufacturing sector. Promoting more U.S. service exports will be important on an ongoing source of well-paid U.S. jobs, and that is, of course, something we are all looking for to make sure that we have more U.S. jobs and especially those high-paying jobs. And yet the President's National Export Initiative that's led by Commerce appears to focus principally on manufacturing exports. What are you doing to ensure that the administration's export promotion initiative is seizing the opportunity that we have to generate good U.S. jobs by expanding our services exports?
Well, thank you for your question, and let me at least try to not necessarily disagree with you, but assure you that we are as aware of the importance of the service industry to our economy and our exports as you. It is absolutely an integral part of our national export initiative. We had a meeting of the President's Export Council and Trade Policy Coordinating Group yesterday. We spent a large part of our time looking at opportunities to further expand the service industry. We enjoy our services exports are up about 20% since we started the export industry. Many of our services, frankly, support the manufacturing industry. It is a place that we believe, frankly, that the numbers that we use in terms of our ambition for Korea are understated because we don't capture services data as well as we do hard data. But for example, in Korea, you heard even their president say, this is a $500 billion services market. It's a huge opportunity for us. And particularly in our Trans-Pacific Partnership, we have engaged with the Service Industry Coalition and other groups on a number of opportunities to make sure we're addressing their concerns in an offensive way. So it's something we embrace. It's an area that we have a surplus in just about every region in the world, and we think it's a critical place America can help other economies meet their ambition while creating jobs here at home.
I hear you saying that you're engaging. Can you give me anything more specific in what you're doing in order to help promote the service industry?
Not that they're the only group, but one of the strongest resources we have is the Service Industries Coalition, for example. We have worked with them to hold seminars for other countries, frankly, on how partnering with the United States, where frankly we have resources and competencies that they may not, is not a threat to them, but is a way we can jointly help them achieve some of their broad ambitions. Our WTO ambassador Ambassador Michael Punk, for example, met with the Service Industries Coalition yesterday to talk both about some practical things we can seek, the opportunity we have now in Geneva to expand trade and services, as well as some ideas that we can incorporate into our Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Well, and I appreciate what you're saying. I guess I'm just not hearing from you anything specifically.
Well, within the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we are specifically tailoring chapters that will expand and promote non-discriminatory access to our services markets. I mean, I'm sorry if I did not make that clear.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And again, you know, jobs are so important for us here in the United States, but I think we have to be very aware that as things are different than they were years ago, and that this is an industry where it's good paying jobs, and I don't want us to overlook that. And obviously manufacturing is important too, but as we move on in this new age of where jobs are seen as the jobs that are the future jobs with high paying, I want to be sure that we're making sure we're staying where we need to be in that industry. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Reed's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Just wanted to echo the sentiment from my colleagues. Just applaud your efforts in your office and the recent success with Korea, Colombia, Panama. We did a lot of work trying to advance that cause, and I just so appreciate all the efforts that you've done there. And so I wanted to go back to our future trade agenda, and in particular Russia, and the focus on Russia and bringing them as they move into the potential WTO establishment. And what I'm concerned about is I'm all about free trade, but it has to be free, fair trade. And specifically as part of Russia's accession into the WTO, it agreed to concessions to open its markets, such as reducing its export tariffs. However, recently the Russian government has taken administrative actions that would undermine these export concessions. For example, a draft decree would cut off exports of metals such as tin, magnesium, and titanium, just to name a few, key materials used by the steel industry and other manufacturers in my district from selected Russian ports. I believe that was issued in December, January of this year. And I was wondering if you're aware of that action by the Russian government, and what your thoughts on that would be, and also your assurances or concerns, if any, about Russia complying with the potential WTO requirements.
Congressman, first of all, we are aware of it. We are troubled by it. I hope I don't sound repetitive or redundant, but it is precisely, again, one of the reasons that we need to bring Russia fully into the WTO, and the United States exporters ought to have that protection. Right now, if we don't lift Jackson Vanik and grant them PNTR, you and I can talk about it and shake our heads, but I don't have the ability to take them into the WTO as I did China. And just last week, since you mentioned raw materials, the very first case we filed in 2009 was a case in the WTO that challenged China's restraints on raw materials that are critical to the steel industry. And this was a case where, you know, not just the United Steelworkers, but, you know, U.S. Steel Company and others had come to us and said this is harmful to us. We acted on it, and we got a ruling from the WTO that validated our concerns almost 100%. Having that in hand, that would greatly enable us to then challenge Russia in a more formal way if we can't get them to withdraw these export restraints by dialogue. But I would go back. It absolutely makes the case why we would be benefited by having full access to all of Russia's inclusion in the World Trade Organization, including dispute settlement.
Well, I so appreciate that, and I so appreciate what you did with the China situation, and also the rare earth and the aggressive nature, and I applaud you on that effort. And so what I'm hearing is that if we get Russia to the WTO in full PNTR status, that you would give me the assurance that if this type of behavior or these type of government decrees occur in the future, that we will vigorously go after those potential situations Do I have that assurance from you, Mr. Ambassador?
Yes, you do.
All right. Thank you so much. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Price is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ambassador, I want to thank you for your service and also for your patience today. You've been here for a good long time. I want to ask just a couple of very specific questions. First is on state-owned enterprises. I think that Japan's interest in the TPP creates an opportunity to address a number of barriers to U.S. exports and investment. Issues such as Japan Post remind us of the market dangers of government-provided benefits in state-owned enterprises, because then they create an unlevel playing field in those countries. You've heard others talk about the state-owned enterprises and the problems and challenges in China. What are your thoughts on discouraging the proliferation of market-impacting state-owned enterprises among those countries with which we hope to expand our trade, with specific attention to Japan?
Well, first of all, we share your concerns about the presence of state-owned enterprises wherever they are, and I'm happy to follow up with you directly, Congressman, but it's precisely the reason in the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations that we are tabling for the first time a chapter that would deal with the disciplines of state-owned enterprises. We've learned from some of the lessons that we had with respect, say, to China and others, and we've consulted with business and with members of Congress, and at least are insisting that we be knowledgeable and thoughtful about that and address that. With respect to Japan Post, this is an issue we have challenged Japan regularly since we've been in. I've visited with a number of our insurers. This is an important market. You may or may not know Aflac, for example. I think some 75% of their revenue comes from Japan. You know, thus far, fortunately, because of their own politics, they have not moved on that, but we have not yielded in insisting that if they are going to open that market up and they're going to allow a state-owned entity to compete, it has to be on market terms and non-discriminatory terms, and we'll continue to insist on that.
I hear that, the market terms again, and you mentioned earlier that the two items, transparency and market principles. We would suggest that it's virtually impossible to have market principles work with state-owned enterprises. So, I would urge you to be very, very challenging to those countries that want to make it so that there isn't a level playing field. One other issue I want to talk about, and in Georgia, we're increasingly concerned and remarkably frustrated by India's position to deny access to U.S. poultry into their Indian market, a market with really great potential. And although they use a variety of excuses and trade barriers to prohibit the importation of U.S. poultry, the one that they keep coming back to is a concern about viral disease, avian influenza, and although it sounds foreboding, there's no scientific basis for their concern. So I wonder what the administration has done to convey their concern about the use of such non-scientifically based measures to prevent trade that is clearly inconsistent with the WTO, and if this continues, does the administration plan to seek to enforce our rights under the WTO?
We are extraordinarily frustrated with India's continued non-application of internationally recognized scientific standards. Our American poultry, it is safe. There is no reason for them to deny us access. We have raised this at every opportunity we have engaged India, including past trade policy forums. We would continue. We have continued to press them. It is our practice, though, not to publicly state whether or when we will take legal action within the WTO.
Is it fair to say that that still remains an option that the administration
It is certainly an option
considering?
that's on the table. I think you could examine our actions in China on similar cases and others to perhaps lead you to the conclusion that you want to draw.
Well, we would, and I appreciate that. We would encourage the administration to move with dispatch. This has been a long, ongoing battle, and one, again, for which there is no scientific evidence. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and thank you for being here, for allowing all members who wish to ask questions the chance to be able to do that. I also want to thank you, Senator Baucus and I wrote you and Secretary Geithner in January, and we did receive a response regarding China's currency and their exchange rate policies, and particularly with regard to the upcoming seminar in the World Trade Organization. I want to thank you for the response to that letter, and without objection, I would like to enter both letters into the record and just tell you again how much I appreciate all of your efforts and your testimony here today. And also want to acknowledge Luis Jimenez, who I understand is leaving your operation and going to be heading over to the White House, so we expect to see him frequently in his capacity in legislative affairs there. And I know that Mr. Levin would also like to make a comment.
Well, Mr. Ambassador, we really appreciated all of your testimony and your expertise. And if I might just say a word to your pal, Luis. As you know, he has worked incessantly on these issues and has represented you and USTR and the administration so well. And Luis, we wish you well. As the chairman said, we won't say so long since we'll be seeing you very often. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Are we done?
Yes, and now I'd like to turn to our second panel. We have with us today Mr. Tim Harris, President of Harris & Ford, Mr. Brian Krzanich, Chief Operating Officer of Intel Corporation, Mr. James H. Quigley, Senior Partner Deloitte & Touche, and Mr. Alan Wolf of Counsel Dewey & LaBeouf. I've asked these witnesses to take the long view today, specifically with respect to new negotiations, and already today we've addressed our relationship with China and Russia, the TPP negotiations, and the need for strong enforcement. At this point, I'd like to discuss what steps we should be taking in undertaking new negotiations to best position the United States, and I welcome our panel.
Hey, do me a favor. Wait 2 minutes. I'm going to gobble. Yeah. Kevin, okay. He's going to take it. Hey, Kevin, wait 2 minutes.
No, I think we're gonna start. We'll just.
Well, I want to join with Chairman Camp in thanking our witnesses for being here today, and again, looking at the long view, specifically with respect to new negotiations. So, and we reserve 5 minutes for each of the testimonies. So, Mr. Harris, I yield to you. Thank you for being here today.
To Chairman Camp and Ranking Member Levin and members of the committee, I am Tim Harris, co-founder of Harris & Ford, a distributor based in Indianapolis, Indiana. And again, I thank you for this opportunity to allow me to present our views on U.S. trade policy. When I look at Harris & Ford, we're, again, a distributor. We focus in food, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, and the industrial marketplace.
We started out on 2 empty paint pails that the painters left behind. Didn't really have money for furniture or anything else, and I remember walking in, seeing those 2 empty paint pails, and I said to my partner, Joe Ford, I said, man, thank God we got furniture. And he said, where do you see furniture? And I said, man, where I came from, Joe, that's furniture. When we started out, we didn't have very much. We had an ideal, we had experiences, but companies like Procter & Gamble opened up their doors and allowed Harrison Ford to distribute their products. Yet and still, most companies, both suppliers and customers, were reducing their distributor base. So what we had to do, we had to create a niche. We had to find a way into the marketplace. And the way that we did that was we created what we called a consolidation model. Did it first with Pillsbury, where we were able to go into plants and they eliminate 210 suppliers in favor of Harrison Ford. I should say consolidate those. We went from distributing products in the U.S. to traveling abroad with, again, multi-billion-dollar companies of the likes of Coca-Cola. Traveled to China and begin to import products like saccharin sweeteners, ascorbic acid, of course, vitamin C, citric acid, and other products that were used as preservatives for primarily food and cosmetics. As time went on, we've seen that our customer base, a lot of their growth market was overseas or offshore, to India, to China, to South Africa, to Europe, etc. And what we did, we went from having our model that we use just domestically to employing that internationally. Let me just say to you right now, Harrison Ford went from sitting on those 2 empty paint pails with 0 customers, and now Harrison Ford is about a $200 million distributor. Harrison Ford sells to North America, Central America, Western Europe, Asia, as well as the Middle East. There are 27 countries that we export product to, 18 companies that we import product from. When I look at Harrison Ford, and again, trying to be very concise here, and I think about the U.S. trade policies, countries where it's easy to work in, countries where it's difficult for us to work in, there's 3 points that I would like to leave with the Ways and Means Committee here. First of all, in the countries where you set the rules of engagement, where the rules are like the U.S. rules, like Mexico, like Canada, it's easy for us to do business in those countries. Much more difficult in countries like Brazil, Argentina, and China, Saudi Arabia. So one thing, we're asking that you set the rules of the road. Secondly, I want you to understand that we are just one link in the supply chain. And when you help our customers win, the Krafts, the Procter & Gambles, the Coca-Colas, if business is easy for them to do offshore, it makes it easy for us to do business with them as well. Third, and final, I would like to say again that a lot of companies that export are the same companies that import. I heard Representative Kirk express some concerns about China pirating. I heard some concerns about assets being taken from U.S. companies over in China. And it's much easier if we work with a company like Procter & Gamble that carries us there with them and do business with them. It's much easier, it's much safer. So again, I would like you to consider the statements that I made, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Your full statement will be put in the record. Mr. Krasanich.
Thank you.
Krasanich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think about the U.S. trade policies, countries
Thank you, Congressman Brady, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear here before you today and discuss the future of U.S. trade policy. Intel is a Fortune 50 company, a leading manufacturer of computer, communications, and networking products. We have approximately 100,000 employees worldwide, with more than half of those in the U.S. Even during strained economic climate, Intel has continued to invest in the U.S. to stimulate economic and job growth. Since 2009, the company has announced plans to build 2 new factories in Oregon and in Arizona, and upgrade its existing manufacturing facilities in those 2 states and in New Mexico. These projects require an investment of between $18 and $20 billion and are underway currently. When complete, these projects will have created more than 15,000 construction jobs and will have created and maintained thousands of permanent jobs, all of which sustained by overseas sales of our products. So trade is important to us. While Intel manufactures 3/4 of its products in the U.S., it generates more than 3/4 of its revenue from overseas. Our ability to export and sell to 95% of the world's consumers living outside the U.S. has led to the record earnings during these turbulent times. In fact, microprocessors have been the leading U.S. export when averaged over the last 5 years. However, many U.S. industries, not just ours, are highly dependent on market access overseas to create and maintain domestic jobs. Robust free trade agreements are essential to market access and continued growth. I want to briefly make 3 points today in support of the need for the U.S. government to pursue a more ambitious trade agenda. Each of these points is discussed in detail in our written submissions. My first point is that existing trade agreements need to be expanded. Too many key markets are subject to too few existing trade rules. And I have several brief examples. The WTO Information Technology Agreement, or the ITA, has dramatically increased U.S. exports by eliminating custom duties in many countries on a range of technology products that were in existence at the time it was negotiated. Mexico, Brazil, and several other notable countries are not ITA members. They are not signatories of the ITA bill. And many of the digital products developed in the last decade, such as multi-processors, video game consoles, DRAMs, are not covered by the ITA. The Information Technology and Innovation Foundation estimates that the ITA expansion would increase direct U.S. exports by $2.8 billion, boost U.S. revenues by over $10 billion, and support an estimated 60,000 new jobs. Intel strongly supports the U.S. administration's recent efforts to begin negotiations to expand membership and product coverage by the now 16-year-old agreement. My second example, a more broad example, is the need to expand the existing agreements to pertain to government procurement, which we've heard this morning limits companies' significant share of the global economy. Yet none of the BRIC countries are members of the WTO government procurement agreements or the GPA, which prohibits discrimination against foreign suppliers. This has enabled China, India, and Brazil to pursue measures designed to favor local suppliers, especially those in the electronics sector. The U.S. government needs to find a way to incentivize other large governments to join the GPA with similar transaction coverage. My second major point that I'd like to make this morning is the U.S. government must enter into additional robust trade agreements on an accelerated basis. Trade flow data shows that how important FTAs are to the U.S. economy. Trade agreements between the U.S. and 17 countries, which accounted for 41% of the U.S. exports in 2011, even though these countries represent only 7% of the world economy. U.S. exports to every single FTA partner country have increased dramatically after these agreements were implemented. U.S. exports create and sustain U.S. jobs. Robust FTAs open up new markets to our exports and reduce the cost of doing business overseas. We need more FTAs to create more U.S. jobs. Yet the U.S. has not kept pace with other countries in opening new markets abroad, especially in the fast-growing economies of Asia and Latin America, and there are now major engines of global growth. As the global competitiveness increases, our pace to increase market access for U.S. goods and services needs to accelerate. My third major point, and my final one, the U.S. government must use a variety of mechanisms to tackle more complex non-tariff barriers. Some governments are linking more traditional NTBs, such as local content measures, with new NTBs that promote discriminatory technology standards and favor domestic intellectual property rights, all with the objective of creating national manufacturing champions and increasing indigenous innovation.
Mr. Kucinich, I apologize, time has expired, but I'd like to come back to your point during the questioning, if I may. Thank you, sir, and welcome today. Mr. Quigley?
Thank you, Congressman Brady. I appreciate the chance to testify here before the committee on the future directions of international trade policy and negotiations. I've submitted a written statement, and I ask that that be included in the record of the hearing. My name is Jim Quigley. I'm the senior partner of Deloitte LLP, and prior to that role, I was the CEO of Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu Limited, the global network of Deloitte member firms around the world that provide services in 153 countries. We definitely have an interest in your work on trade. This hearing is both important and timely because there is no more significant issue facing our nation than the need for economic growth and jobs. Trade negotiations to open markets and strengthen the rules of fair international competition are a critical component of the policies needed to address growth and employment. Deloitte has long supported the multilateral trading system, and like many others, we had hoped for a successful conclusion of the Doha development round of negotiations with agreement on broad market opening package for services, manufactured products, and agriculture. Unfortunately, this appears to be beyond the reach of negotiators in the foreseeable future. Although the suspension of the Doha round is disappointing, it does give us an opportunity to reassess our negotiating objectives and launch some initiatives that might prove more successful in the immediate time frame. Over the past few years, I've had the good fortune to co-chair the Transatlantic Business Dialogue, and over the past several months, I've served as a member of the Transatlantic Task Force on Trade and Investment, sponsored by the German Marshall Fund of the United States and the European Center for International Political Economy. Both have recently articulated their visions for the future of global trade and investment built on a strong transatlantic platform. This makes both good political and good economic sense. The U.S. and the EU already have the largest trade and investment relationships in the world. We enjoy relatively similar wage and benefit structures and labor rights and worker protections. We have common concerns about the environment and the health and safety of our citizens, and we have generally robust intellectual property protections. And we have a shared view of the global trading system based on free markets and fair competition. Given the level of integration that already exists, we have an opportunity to raise the transatlantic relationship to a whole new level, a real partnership for jobs and growth. In this connection, I hope the high-level working group that Ambassador Kirk earlier referenced, that is co-chaired by him and Commissioner de Gucht, will set an ambitious agenda constrained neither by old trade concepts such as FTAs, nor by past issues where agreement has proved elusive. We should strive for a truly barrier-free transatlantic marketplace. This could bring enormous benefits in three ways. First, it would add hundreds of billions of dollars to our economic output, more than $120 billion from the removal of tariffs, and more than $210 billion from the removal of even half of the non-tariff barriers. This is to say nothing of the potential gains in the service sector. Second, it would also allow us to tackle issues that are significant to business in the 21st century, but have not been addressed or only timidly addressed in multilateral negotiations, such as services, investment, information flows, government procurement, the movement of talent, product and service standards, and regulations, to name some of the prominent few. And third, it would set the stage for engaging other countries in more productive negotiations. Success on the transatlantic front might draw other countries into negotiations so that their companies can remain competitive in a transatlantic marketplace, and others might be encouraged by seeing that new and innovative solutions can be found to difficult issues. Negotiations between the U.S. and the EU to achieve these objectives should not be pursued as a single undertaking where success in one area is dependent on success in all others. Negotiations should seek positive outcomes in each area at whatever negotiating pace is possible. Forward movement should not be stymied by attempting to resolve up front all those difficult issues that have proven intractable in the past. The goal here is not to build an Atlantic fortress. Quite to the contrary. We should use progress in the transatlantic space to engage third countries and pave the way for broader trade liberalization and economic cooperation in services, investment regulation, and other areas I mentioned. Our objective here should be forward movement on a broad front, but rooted in the transatlantic commitment to a trading system based on free markets and fair competition. Stalemate serves no one's purpose and certainly will not lead to growth and employment that our economy and others so desperately need. Thank you again for the opportunity to express these views, and I would be happy to respond to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Mr. Wolf, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brady, Mr. Levin, Congressman Camp, other members. I started my education on trade in this room 42 years ago, and it's continuing today. I have a long written statement plus an attachment from the National Foreign Trade Council on trade objectives going forward. A couple of points that I would make. One is we've come through a major financial crisis and recession without the trade world collapsing, so actually our trade agreements work in a broad sense. We've heard a lot about complaints today, and we have a lot of complaints, but in fact, overall, protectionism has not surged. Which is amazing. We have a negotiation underway in TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is really very vibrant. It's a great opportunity. It may be very well the template of the future. We have a positive development with the President's initiative with respect to trade agreement enforcement, which we hope works out well. You here have introduced legislation to fix a hole in our countervailing duty law, with the court making a mistake in the GPX case to allow us to countervail now again against subsidies from China. The rest of the story is far more troubling. The point I would emphasize most is state-owned enterprises, been brought up by several members today. In this regard, most of the examples that are mentioned are from China. Wind energy equipment of foreign companies declined sales in China from 75% of the market to 10% of the market in 5 years, 2005 to 2010. That was state-owned enterprises and a variety of other measures. But it's not only a China problem. Chairman Camp and Mr. Price mentioned Japan Post continues to be a significant problem with respect to the ability of Americans to sell financial products. There's discriminatory regulation. There's no level playing field. It also affects express delivery. And if we don't cure it with Japan, well, we have the same problem in India. We have the same problem in China. We need to cure the state-owned enterprise problem. And TPP, as Ambassador Kirk mentioned, has a chapter which I'm told looks very good in this regard. Services negotiations. Brad Jensen for the IIE says that there are 3 million additional jobs in business services that would occur if we can open up foreign markets. We have a lot of problems with respect to information technology that Mr. Kucinich has mentioned, and cross-border data flow. Food security is being addressed in the wrong way in Geneva by countries wishing to export, to put on more export restrictions rather than less. We have dead letters, dead letter provisions in the GATT. The currency provision not used. The transparency provision is not really used. The TRIPS, the trade-related intellectual property provisions, are not effective because they're not measured in results, they're measured in process. Process is not good enough. We are losing many billions of dollars, as you all know, with respect to losses on the TRIPS side. We need to reinvigorate the WTO. We need to make sure that TPP lands safely as soon as possible. I would like to make a pitch, since most Republican candidates, at least, I'm not sure the President does, carries a Constitution in each of their pockets, that Article 1 states that actually the buck starts here, and Trade Promotion Authority has to be, I think, permanent, and it has to be, the debate should start now, but guidance as to what is done with it has to come from this committee. You have to set the objectives, and I think you should set them every 4 years for every administration. So there's a lot to be done with respect to trade law enforcement. In my remaining 5 seconds, I would just say we do not have the intelligence and analytical capability devoted to foreign trade barriers that allow us to set trade policy correctly or trade negotiation objectives correctly. We are operating in the dark, and we need to put resources into understanding the barriers that American exporters face. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wolf, thank you. Thank you for all the testimony. I want to begin by reiterating a point Chairman Camp and I made at the initial portion of this hearing, which is we truly want to invite all interested stakeholders, job creators, in addition to the witnesses here today, in giving recommendations to this committee, for the record, on where we go next. I can't emphasize how interested we are in hearing your views on what's next for trade policy for America. I want to thank the witnesses for raising the issue of non-tariff barriers. What we're finding in a 21st century global marketplace is it's not enough simply to bring down the tariffs and the quotas. What we often find are locked doors beyond that to make it difficult for us to sell and compete. And we also discover some of those non-tariff barriers are, in essence, like trying to put an American plug into a European socket. You know, different standards, different regulations in telecommunications, technology, financial services, security, food safety, all those block our ability to sell our goods and services around the world. So thank you for the emphasis on that. It needs to be part of our 21st century approach. I want to ask a specific question of each of our panelists about trade facilitation. And what we've learned since the global trade flows decreased significantly in 2008 and 2009 was that moving goods cheaper, faster, better around this world is critical to trade, competition, and lower prices. Yet there are a number of barriers to that. I know that developing countries, we're seeing great interest at the WTO in trade facilitation. We see developing countries like Africa who have an interest in trade facilitations as a means of reducing the costs of doing business among themselves as well as their trade partners. So my question is, how would a new trade facilitation agreement affect your ability to sell throughout the world and to create jobs here in the United States? And what barriers do you see as the most significant that will be part of that discussion? Mr. Wolf, why don't we go backwards in this degree? Mr. Wolf, we'll start with you.
Well, many of the members of the National Foreign Trade Council are amongst the largest trading companies in the world, global companies, and moving goods across borders is still all too difficult. Tariffs have come down a lot in most places, not every place, obviously, but customs procedures are still a real problem. And if we're going to salvage anything out of the Doha round, one of the major things to salvage is the agreement on trade facilitation. It is actually for development. So the Doha Development Agenda could be made real with an agreement there, and we are very, I know Ambassador Kirk is pushing this very strongly as well in TPP. It means a lot to American business.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Ms. Quigley?
I think anything that we can do to reduce the amount of friction in the pipe is obviously going to increase its throughput. And so we are strong supporters of the idea of standards, mutual recognition of those standards, and then fair enforcement in order to promote fair competition. But trade facilitation absolutely can increase our exports and the amount of global trade that we have. That becomes the engine of jobs and growth.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Mr. Krasanos, you made the point. You're manufacturing here but selling and exporting around the world. Trade facilitation key?
Yes, sir, Mr. Brady. You know, as I mentioned, most of our product is manufactured in the U.S., 75%, but 75% of our revenue is from outside. Trade agreements give us access to 95% of the consumers that lie outside the U.S. So trade agreements are critical to our access to markets at a fair and even cost.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Harris, you're a distributor.
Yes,
Obviously, you've got to get the product to the customer. Trade facilitation, important part of what should be America's new trade agenda?
Very important, and I think two of the areas where we see we could benefit is relative to the tariffs. If the tariffs were removed, second area is relative to customs. Somebody mentioned that. A company like Harrison Ford, we filled out a paperwork, or we actually had our expediters fill out a paperwork, and they had a 1 instead of a 3. We found it, corrected it. We were fined $78,000 on one transaction, okay? And on that particular product, there was 0 duty on that product.
Apparently, we found a new way to balance the budget here in Washington.
So.
I just want, Grant Aldonis, former trade leader at USTR, and the Commerce has made the point that time is a trade barrier.
Yeah.
And we need to focus on real 21st century means to decrease that time, that cost in our products and services, and we'll create jobs in America as a result. So anyway, thank you very much. I'd like to yield to Ranking Member Levin.
Thank you, and welcome. Mr. Wolf, you've talked about the need for more resources, especially in language ability, for a long time. And I hope this new proposal of the administration will lead to that. They're asking for more resources, and we'll see if they're given that. Mr. Harris, your story is, I think, a story that should be heard by small businesses and medium-sized businesses throughout the country, because while they're important in terms of trade, too few still participate. And that's been a problem for a long time. And we've talked to the Foreign Commercial Service and to Commerce Export-Im for years about that. So let me just zero in. I just have a couple minutes on a couple of other issues. Mr. Quigley, let me just talk to you about services. Within WTO, the services negotiations really never got off the ground. That's, I think, a fair characterization. And the offers back and forth, they kind of went up in smoke. So what do you think? I mean, how do we do it better, differently?
Well, there's no question there's a huge opportunity that just simply has not been looked at when we look at the scale of services in our economy and the opportunity that is there in a global marketplace. And so moving that up the agenda and then trying to advance something, as we have advocated, in a transatlantic way as a starting place, and then invite other countries to join an agreement that we might be able to reach between Europe and the U.S., I think would be an important first step.
And you think there's reality to that in terms of discussions with the Europeans?
I do indeed. I do indeed. I think we have a mutual opportunity that we shouldn't squander if the U.S. and Europe, as this huge market that we represent when we work on a combined basis, if we want to influence the future direction of trade negotiations, we need to come together. And I believe that the high-level working group that has been formed and this notion of a vision for the 21st century gives me hope that, in fact, we can engage on these issues and advance the ball.
Okay, Mr. Kucinich, I'm trying to pick out, you were somewhat optimistic in terms of relations with China. So on page 10, you talk about a number of the JCCT commitments have been implemented, but then there are others that haven't. So the administration may want to carefully track the completion of the Chinese commitments made today. I'm not sure. I'm thinking back when there was competition between our high-tech industries in Japan and the difficulties that we had, their barriers. Do you face similar problems in China? I'm not clear from your testimony. I mean, how free are you to work there, to trade there, to feel protected there? You're such a vital industry. And I may be putting you on the spot, so
No,
if there's a conflict there in terms of your proprietary interest, don't answer beyond what you should. But just in the minute or two I have left, describe what it's like.
I would say that one of the major concerns that we have is that China has listed semiconductors as one of their strategic industries. And so you see them putting together programs and policies that really favor and try and establish this industry. And that puts pressure on us around intellectual property protection, and then also it has started to creep into our other areas of our ability to do trade in that area as well. So them picking out semiconductors as a growth and a strategic industry has become one of the issues for us. I'd say, you know, you asked the question, how free are we to do business there? We've been able to do business very well there from a standpoint of being able to get our product in and out of there and being able to manufacture, and we do have manufacturing in China. But we continue to see pressure on their part to get access to that intellectual property that resides there. And we're finding it that we're having to be more and more careful about how we manage that.
And you expect to finish up the U.S. government to be helpful to you, no? I mean, even a company as large as yours probably can't do it alone. You need a vigorous USTR and governmental presence to help you, no?
Yes, it's critical the government helps us remain having access to those 95% of consumers outside the U.S. and helping us break down these non-tariff barriers, the ones where governments employ standards that favor local contents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herger is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Brady. I'd like to ask a question of each of our panelists. With the Doha round at an impasse, what WTO initiatives would be the most beneficial to you? Maybe beginning with you, Mr. Harris?
I think I'll have to pass on that. I can't answer that
Okay.
at this point, yeah.
I don't know if I know exactly which of the WTO initiatives would be best to pass, because you're asking for specific initiatives. I think anything that continues to lower the trade barriers and these non-trade tariffs that are being applied by governments is good, but I don't have specifics beyond that, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Quigley?
Our recommendation, given the fact that we're a decade in and we seem stalled, is that we move on. And the way that we recommend moving on is let's look at U.S. and Europe and what can we do together in terms of that huge platform that we represent. And if we can build some principle-based standards approaches to some of the matters that have become so difficult in the Doha round, and then other countries decide they want to join to participate in this U.S.-Europe market, now we have the U.S. and Europe driving standards, driving for mutual recognition, driving forward and facilitating trade. But that's our recommendation, is that we move on. And we move on with our partners in Europe, and let's make something happen in a bilateral way that will then lead to plurilateral kinds of agreements.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Three possibilities exist currently, I think. A services coalition of the willing. There are meetings going on in Geneva now among those countries, that are about 20 countries that believe that they can get something done in Geneva. Whether it would be done with full participation of all the WTO members, it could become a WTO agreement. Under GATS, the General Agreement on Tariffs and on Trade and Services, there is the possibility of having less than most favored nation treatment. So one can have an agreement in the WTO that doesn't apply to everybody, just those who are willing to play. ITA, the Information Technology Agreement, there's sentiment to go forward with that. I'd say actually 4 things. Environmental goods and services would benefit all countries, going to zero tariffs, trade facilitation mentioned earlier, and what isn't possible in Geneva, we'll do it in TPP, and it'll become the template for what happens in the WTO later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herger. Mr. Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to touch on a question I opened up to the group that I spoke with Ambassador Kirk about in the prior session. And I'd like to talk about the impact of federal regulations on your ability to export, more specifically in the area of manufactured goods. MAG, a very successful machine tool producer that's located in my district and in a systems company, has a tremendous amount of their success tied to international business. In fact, a very large portion of their business portfolio is export of products internationally. It creates a tremendous amount of jobs in the automotive, aerospace, and industrial equipment industries. According to MAG, obsolete Cold War export regulations significantly limit their export market. For example, the dual-use technology question is largely outdated right now, particularly when we're in the area of machine tool and manufacturing. For example, 5-axis metal cutting machine tools continue to be tightly controlled by the federal government. However, this technology is now available as a commodity worldwide, putting U.S. suppliers at a severe disadvantage. There are now at least 13 Chinese machine tool builders building 5-axis machines, and as a matter of policy, the Aviation Industry Corporation of China will only commit to a maximum of 10% of its import purchases to the U.S. machine tool industry due to the U.S. export policy for 5-axis machine tools. This puts European competitors in an immediate advantageous position to capture the rest of the market share in the fastest growing market in the world. MAG informs me that they could increase their annual machine tool output in northern Kentucky and the commensurate job creation associated with this by 30%, creating many new jobs focused on export because of this approval process if it were to be modernized. From your view, how do U.S. regulations impact your ability to compete in international markets, and what should we as a Congress be doing to ease any regulatory burdens that companies experience? And I would just open it up to the panel in general.
National Foreign Trade Council spends a good deal of its time on export control matters, as do we as a law firm for our clients. The controls really have to be multilateral, not unilateral. If something's available generally from other sources, it must not be restricted from the United States. We're concerned about national security, but we also have to be concerned about actually our industrial base. And our industrial base is impaired if goods are generally available from other places and we're restricting the exports ourselves.
Anybody else care to comment?
I'll comment. I think you made one very key point in that many of those regulations and rules were defined a long time ago when those technologies were unique or at a different level of acceptance or availability. And we see some similar trends in our industry as well as Moore's Law continues and computing power becomes higher. Things that were considered supercomputers before are available on your desktop and eventually in your palm, the palm of your hand. We also see things like radiation hardness as we start to shrink geometries and just make things smaller. Things become just naturally more radiation hardened. And some of those regulations need to be updated for what the current trends in technology are.
I'm just going to make a quick comment that, again, Harrison Ford, we're the small business represented here. And 30% of our products that we purchase are from overseas. The majority of that, by far, is from China. As far as the exports, though, there's a disproportionate amount of exports versus imports. So anything that you can do that lowers the barriers for our customer base enables Harrison Ford to be able to participate, and particularly I'm thinking in China, because that's where our imbalance is.
I would just comment very quickly. Deloitte is not a manufacturer, but from my transatlantic business dialogue approach, what we have oftentimes aspired to this barrier-free market between the U.S. and Europe. And when it comes to these issues, we always advocate the notion of, can we establish global standards, and with global standards have mutual recognition of those standards, and with that mutual recognition of those global standards, then create a barrier-free market where growth can, in fact, occur.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McDermott is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kucinich, we pass laws here, and government tries to do things to help, but I'd like to have your assessment of at least one thing that's been tried. I understand you have a serious problem with counterfeit chips being imported into the United States. And the National Defense Authorization Act of 2011, the NDAA, included a provision to ensure that customs can work with rights holders, such as Intel, to more effectively identify and combat IPR infringing products. In the State of the Union, the President made clear that beefing up IPR enforcement at the border will be a top priority. Would you agree with that the implementation of the NDAA provision is one way that they can do that? And are you working with the administration to make sure that happens?
The simple answer is yes. Enforcement of those counterfeiting rules and having the custom agents being able to enforce them at a stronger level is good. And yes, we are working with the administration. Counterfeiting is much broader than products just working their way back into the U.S. Remember, I said 95% of the consumers are outside of the U.S., 75% of our revenue is from outside of the U.S. So it's really much more global than that, and what we really need to do is really focus on externally as well. You know, it's counterfeiting going on in China, and those products probably never coming back into the U.S., but they're being sold throughout the world elsewhere, and really having all of the countries enforce these counterfeiting rules and regulations.
Is that law, if they present you with some chips and say these are coming from somewhere, do you have some way to make sure that those chips are not your chip? I mean, how do you work with customs in dealing with that?
Yes, sir. We have a system, it's called a 2D mark. Think of it as like a barcode that every part has that's unique to that part. And it's generated during the manufacturing process and tells us exactly the identity, where it was manufactured, what date, all of those kinds of information. So when customs hands us a part and questions whether it was counterfeit or not, we can tell almost immediately now whether it's counterfeit or not.
So it's not reproducible by somebody else and putting into another part?
No, we would know whether it's unique to that part, and it's got a unique generation code. It's not a simple number like you could understand otherwise.
So you're saying the biggest problem is not parts coming in here, but really what's going on?
I'm saying it's a global issue, broader than just the U.S., yes.
How can we be helpful in the global issue?
I think it's back to the discussion that we've had all morning here in this session, in the session prior as well, around really having the government help us with protection of intellectual property rights in all of these countries. All of this is around, you know, whether it's counterfeit parts or counterfeit software or counterfeit products in general. It's around respect and support of the intellectual property rights.
Can it be done in a country that does not really does not want to put the hammer down on those people who are making counterfeit things?
Well,
we're talking about China here.
It's broader
as
than
a
China,
start, but there are obviously lots of other places.
That is one of the countries, yes. I think it has to be tied to broader initiatives, right? You're right. Probably just this initiative on its own wouldn't be enough to get them to move. But when you tie it to other trade efforts and make it broader than just this one, access to our markets, teaming with other countries that have intellectual property to protect as well, and access to those markets, I think you can incentivize them that to play in this global economy, you have to play by a certain set of rules, and that includes protection of intellectual property.
Do you think as the Chinese move up the scale of manufacture from fabric and bicycles, and now they get into electronics, that they will have more interest in this kind of enforcement?
I think naturally, I mean, just my own observation from my time in China, I would say yes. You see less counterfeit as you travel the streets of China. I think also any country that as you start to develop your own intellectual property, you start to become more and more interested into intellectual property protection. And so I think there's a natural evolution that will occur as well, yes.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Camp is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, you mentioned permanent trade promotion authority and that this committee should establish some guidance and that there should be objectives. What kind of things did you have in mind with that?
The Congress, I sat through two years here when the first Trade Promotion Authority, or Fast Track, was put through. And the House actually passed you, Mr. President, can change any law subject to just an override, and the Senate said, we're not doing that, we're going to have Fast Track. I think that executive agreements that need domestic implementation for trade are really similar to treaties. Our treaty power is, the way we handle treaties is in the Constitution, permanent. So there's a mechanism for doing it. That doesn't mean that there shouldn't be checks and balances within the committee structure to make sure that any agreement that comes through gets scrutinized and approved. I think that the objectives have to be upgraded and changed regularly. And if the objectives are not met, then they wouldn't qualify for this permanent fast track in effect. Namely, you've heard here today new issues, the cross-border data flows, information technology products that are no longer, adequately covered by agreements. We have now a very outdated, not all of them, but many of them, objectives in existing law.
Right.
And so we're pretending, at least the administration's pretending, that the procedures exist. I'd say put the procedures into place, put them in permanently, and update the objectives at least for every new administration, no less frequently than that.
Well, thank you. To our other witnesses, obviously bilateral trade with India and Brazil has grown rapidly in the last few years, and they're important markets for our exports and also for services. But there are practices that have been occurring in both of those countries, certainly in China, as we've been talking about earlier today, but in the Indian and Brazilian markets as well in different contexts. What do you think these protectionist policies, what effect do they have on our ability to enter into and sustain business in those markets, and what should we do about it? And should we pursue bilateral investment agreements, or should we negotiate around them with others who are interested, or both? What suggestion? Mr. Harris, why don't I start with you, and we can just go down the line.
Again, in speaking with our staff that handles that part of Harrison Ford, as I mentioned earlier, it is more difficult for us to work with Brazil than it is with Mexico or to Canada. So if we could extend something similar to a NAFTA kind of agreement where you, the House here, you Ways and Means Committee, set the rules, that would make it easier for Harrison Ford to do business with Brazil. The paperwork with Brazil is a nightmare for a small company compared to Mexico, Canada.
All right. Mr. Kurzanich?
I think you've stated the problem very well. And I would like to say countries like Brazil are some of our fastest growing markets now for our industry as well. I think the time is now to try and institute these kinds of programs. Their markets aren't as developed and as big as, say, China, for example. And so they don't have the large internal market that they can capitalize on as well. I would say that the answers are similar to what we said throughout this conversation is that we really need to put together trade agreements that break down these non-trade barriers, these government-driven programs. I think that now is the time to do that because they're going to be incentivized because the access to our market is a bigger incentive for them, and so they'll be more willing to negotiate now than later. So the time is critical.
Nothing to really add other than to just simply restate that because of the scale of those markets, the pace at which they're growing, we can't ignore them. And I think some of the tactics that we could use to try to influence the behavior is just simply negative lists, the name and shame of practices that we believe, in fact, are protectionist in their very nature. And as those economies mature, grow, and want a stronger seat at the global table, they need to be ready to play by the global rules. And to call them out, I think, is one of the vehicles or one of the tactics that could be used to start to influence the behavior.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Dr. Bustani is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wolf, we're engaging in TPP negotiations without Trade Promotion Authority, and in your testimony, you talked a lot about state-owned enterprises and the problem it poses. I guess my question would be, given that our committee has to provide guidance, and certainly once Trade Promotion Authority is in place, we'll go forward, hopefully with an agreement. What would you like to see in the chapter on state-owned enterprises? Can you go into a little more detail there to give us some guidance?
Discriminatory regulation is a major problem. We see it in Japan with respect to Japan Post. It's true in China with respect to China Post, and in India. The Vietnamese economy, of course, has a huge number of state-owned enterprises. So discriminatory regulation in favor of SOEs as opposed to private players in the market is one aspect. Market access, where a network is controlled by a state-owned enterprise, there have to be obligations to have that state-owned enterprise live up to the national treatment obligations of the country involved. Transparency. There is no transparency with respect to state-owned enterprises. It is a major problem. We talk about in China's the sort of #1 example in the world. And we have to think about what we want to apply to China when we're dealing with TPP. But in fact, when the government makes a pronouncement in China, those who know that they have one shareholder know exactly what they're supposed to do. And that means that, like I gave the example of wind energy procurement in wind turbines in China. Those are all state-owned enterprises that do the procurement. And when they stopped buying foreign, it was because there was an indigenous innovation policy, which now the Indians are following in their telecom area. The bid procedures are entirely secret, and it's a state secret. You can go to prison for revealing those measures. So transparency is very important. National treatment obligations on the state-owned enterprise itself would be very important, and market access in a real way. Act as if you're going to be in the commercial area. We're not against state-owned enterprises as such, but if they're going to act in the commercial arena, they ought to be governed by the same rules.
Held to the same standards. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Quigley, I questioned Ambassador Kirk earlier with regard to services, and we have a trade surplus with China, some $7.5 billion in surplus, but we know that I personally believe it should be much higher, and I think there's potential room for growth there. China imposes all kinds of equity limitations in key sectors: banking, insurance, retail, telecoms. There are licensing issues and so forth. I mean, the list goes on and on. What are your views on how we can deal with all this and better create opportunities for our services companies in China?
I think the visibility, once again, is just simply a first step in the right direction. Given the scale of the trading relationship that exists between China and the U.S., I believe we can have discussions related to services and can begin a more disciplined and more open approach to services, and we shouldn't put it in the too hard file. It is just simply so large, and there is mutual benefit that's available. And so I think keeping it at the top of the list and pushing on services as one of those areas where we just simply haven't invested much time at this point is something that is definitely worthy of the energy of those that want to work on trade policy and trade negotiations.
Thank you. And Mr. Krasanich, you mentioned government procurement agreement, certainly with China and other countries, the BRIC countries. I can assure you our committee is really pushing on the administration to use every bit of leverage it has with these countries to move forward, to see that these countries follow through with their WTO obligations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bustani. Votes will be called here in the next minute or two, and we want to get to all the committee members as possible, so we'd like to move this along smartly. Ms. Jenkins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here today. There's no doubt that China's currency misalignment's a serious problem, but it seems it's not the single most pressing problem. China maintains a number of discriminatory and distortionary industrial policies that harm U.S. companies and their workers. In addition to currency misalignment, these include subsidies that distort competition, lack of regulatory transparency, a closed capital account, harmful indigenous innovation policies, failure to adequately protect intellectual property, and many other barriers to U.S. exports and investments. I'd just like each of you maybe to comment, how does the currency rank in terms of other barriers that you face in China, and what do you all consider the most significant barriers that you face? Maybe Mr. Harris and then on down the line.
Okay, the currency itself, I think my customer base that I serve would speak better to that, but I can tell you that one of the most alarming events I've ever had in business was when I sat in one of the manufacturing, vitamin C manufacturers in China. And we were negotiating, that was the goal, to negotiate volume and pricing. And when they said to us that we've already met with the other 3 major Chinese vitamin C producers, and they will sell you 10,000, this will sell you 11,000, this will sell you 12,000. They already had the meeting as we were flying over and already had set the price. Okay, so certainly things of that nature have to be addressed, because what happened in our industry then was it drove out every vitamin C manufacturer in the U.S. That's why I'm happy and excited about our companies moving over and manufacturing there, because that'll eliminate, I think, or reduce those type of things from happening. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
For us, we both import and export out of China, so currency manipulation isn't really a big factor for us, and so I don't consider us really experts on this subject. For our point of view, I think we should take a broader look at, China and these countries of how we manage trade, and it's much further than just the currency issue itself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Quigley.
No comment on the currency issue. I would just simply say that in our business, it's regulatory coherence that we're seeking, and getting to those common global standards and then mutual recognition that would be the enabler.
Fair enough.
China's undervaluation of its currency, I think, causes most problems in this country with wiping out manufacturing when you're competing with imports that have, in effect, a 20% or whatever it is today subsidy. On entry into China, since we're not competing very often in commodities, but in higher valued goods, it's other types of barriers that are really the major problem that people have mentioned. If someone will not buy something, a state-owned enterprise will not buy something from the United States, or will not buy something unless it's invented with Chinese technology, then currency doesn't matter at all, can't sell.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mrs. Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be really brief with my statement. I just want to follow up on the comments and the dialogue that I had with the ambassador. And Mr. Quigley, this goes to you, because I recognize, maybe not right in my district, but in Tennessee, around me, are very important professional services that are exported. And I don't know that we're really putting a lot of emphasis on that. I know the president and his agenda has looked more at the manufacturing side. And I would just like for you, for the record, to talk about where you see the importance of these professional services being exported, and in particular, how that really helps us with jobs, creating more jobs, and not just jobs, but very well-paying jobs.
Well, there's no question that the markets are global, and the professional services market is also global. And so having the ability to move intellectual property and then also people cross-border becomes the great enabler of growing those businesses at the pace that they could grow. And so access to movement of talent and visas that we would like to be able to move people here and then also move people from here overseas, and getting to the point where we have a coherent tax policy that enables that becomes the objective. We at Deloitte have, more than half of our jobs are outside the United States, but those firms are actually owned by partners in those individual countries. And so for us, I don't view it as a huge impediment, but the ability to move talent does sometimes get in the way, and the ability to share intellectual property cross-border.
And with that being said, what would you say would be the #1 barrier?
Again, I go back to the regulatory coherence, the inability and the degree of difficulty, and frankly, the huge cost associated with dealing with separate sets of regulations, country by country, for a product that is fundamentally viewed for its global nature. I really hope we can get to regulatory coherence, and that would be a big enabler of continuing to grow the professional services market.
Well, I hope so too, for the sake of our American workers, for jobs and jobs that pay well. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Reed for the final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our panel. I'm just going to, Mr. Harris, if I could focus a little bit on you. I come from a rural, agricultural-based, small business-based area of New York State. And I'm going to ask, because you made some comments in your testimony, I believe, about how small business needs to work with the world. I think was a phrase you kept utilizing. So I'm interested, from your frontline perspective and experience, and from a small business perspective, and a lot of my constituents being small businesses, what would you see, what's the most important next step, or what is your vision for a trade policy that could advance the small business opportunities on the world stage?
Again, I'm going to say that we're more, of course, a small business in the services business. And so what we do at Harrison Ford is we do the things our customers don't want to do themselves. And we specialize in the small stuff, and so logistics, finding synergies, transactional cost, and things of that nature. And so I'm not trying to be evasive, but whatever is done to allow, again, I mentioned 3 companies that have really been instrumental, and there's others in Harrison Ford's growth. But let's say, for example, a Kraft. We sell Kraft over 500 products, okay, and to several countries. Whatever is done to allow them to do business easier, it's just a pull-through effect for Harrison Ford. We get business because you helped them regulatory-wise. Same way with the Procter, same way with the Coke, same way with the Gatorade. Whatever you do that helps them, have easier transactions internationally, it helps us as a small business, because we patch the tires and we do the little stuff. Okay. But we do it well.
And being a small business owner myself previously, I can relate to that. One last question, Mr. Quigley. I was going to, you had some suggestions about how WTO wasn't addressing or utilizing all the tools. You said there was another forum or another tool that you envisioned outside of the WTO, I believe in some testimony to my colleagues. I just want to delve into that. What specifically would you suggest outside the WTO that could be utilized to address the concerns that the WTO is not doing?
I just think we have a huge opportunity with the colossal market of Europe and the colossal market of the U.S. and a wonderful and robust trading relationship today to take a U.S.-EU approach to global trade. And if we can, in fact, build a free trade agreement or other bilateral trading arrangements between the U.S. and Europe, and then we construct it in such a way that third countries could participate, we could start to move the trade agenda forward on a U.S.-EU approach, and key players in Asia would want to join because they want access to that U.S. and European market. And I think there's an opportunity that is not exploited fully there. And that's what we hope this high-level working group that Ambassador Kirk is co-chairing with Commissioner de Gucht has the potential of doing and helping to enable global trade through this stronger partnership for the 21st century between the U.S. and Europe. That's the opportunity that we see.
You see there. And Mr. Wolf, with your 20 years plus, how many years experience you have, do you see that as an opportunity to develop and promote?
Absolutely. Well, I'm a multilateralist at heart. Doha is stalled. We can't get as much done there as, if anything, at all, that we'd like. I would look to the EU. I hope that they're not looking inward too much because of financial issues, that they can't join hands across the ocean and get a good agreement done. The EU is negotiating with Canada, for example, and getting better market access right across the border from us in the provinces in government procurement than we have under NAFTA. So we can't stand still. I think we ought to prioritize EU, Canada, Brazil, India, and the largest markets, and improve those agreements where we have some and get agreements where we don't.
Very good. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Great testimony, very insightful. On behalf of Chairman Camp, I want to thank you for being here today. Hearing is adjourned.